My name's Taylor Whitsett. I'm a technical animator and character rigger at Respawn Entertainment. In this video, I want to cover a lot about character rigging and the role of a technical animator. And hopefully I can give you a solid foundation on how to create your own professional and production-ready character rigs, specifically for games, because there's a lot of considerations and specifications for games that are different than projects like films. And I find there aren't as many resources for that are accessible to people. So that's why I wanted to cover these topics. It's a lot to go over, so let's just jump right into it. Okay, first off, let's talk about what the role of a tech animator actually is. There can be some confusion about that, and the role can even differ between different studios or even on different projects. So primarily a technical animator functions as more of a support role than anything else. Most often tech artists will be in charge of maintaining art creation pipelines, setting up tools, engine integration, and supporting artists with just any technical issues they may run into. I typically refer to tech art as sort of a bridge between art and design disciplines. You need to be able to speak those two different languages because there's this big gap between what the primary concerns of artists and designers are. So artists are focused pretty much solely on making the art look as good as possible, and the designers need to focus more on making the gameplay as fun as possible. So as a tech artist, what you need to do is find a way to translate this art in order to serve gameplay while still making it look as good as what the artist intended, because once you're translating it into the engine, there's a lot of limitations we have. So it's never going to be one-to-one as good as it looks from their content creation packages. And it's never going to be 100% in the exact same like perspective that they want the art to be viewed from, because you have so much freedom in games to look at the art from so many different angles. It's up to you working with your animators and artists really closely in order to make sure that that art looks good. It holds up no matter how it's looked at. So I primarily work with artists more than designers, though I do work with both really frequently. So I tend to focus more on making our art creation pipelines as efficient as possible. Since creating art in 3D packages can be really difficult. It can be really technical and complex. The tools aren't always very intuitive. They can be really buggy. Um, so a lot of those times the tools can act as kind of a barrier for the artist to work as well as they should be able to. So it's a tech artist's goal to kind of help provide those tools, set up some workflows and pipelines, so our artists can just focus on making that art instead of having to fight their tools and work through problem solving that they shouldn't have to do, because their role they should only have to think about art and nothing else. Um, so since we have so much responsibility as tech artists in the beginning of the project, setting up the pipeline, we have a um, we get to define a lot of what the final quality of the art will be, the final product, because you're trying to balance this level of quality you're trying to reach with the limitations we have with games and game engines. So you have to constantly be researching new ways to like kind of push the envelope with how like new deformation systems, new locomotion systems, new rendering systems. Like you have to be constantly looking at like what's the cutting edge on this, so you can find ways to really push to get the highest quality of art you want. Um, and so that's why I think it's a lot of fun. You're doing a lot of problem solving. You're really you have a lot of responsibility in defining what that final quality of that, like what the game is going to look like, is going to be. So yeah, you have a lot of responsibility, but you also have a lot of creative freedom. You get to work with the whole team, and you touch pretty much every part of the game, which I think is just really fun, and that's why I love doing it. Okay, so before we dive into Maya and start creating our character rig, let's first talk about naming conventions, because that's going to be one of the very first things you set up during your pipeline and it's absolutely one of the most important. So when you're setting up your naming conventions, you want to focus on two things: clarity and readability, and consistency. So clarity and readability, obviously, because you want to know what each asset is when you look at the name. And consistency, because a lot of your tools are going to be based on the way things are named. And if your naming conventions are inconsistent, your tools aren't going to work properly, and it's going to be really confusing for everyone working with all the assets. Especially because when you're working with your assets, when you create a art asset, you're going to have three separate files. You're going to have your source art file, which is, your Maya file, basically, where you made, say, the animation or model. Your source asset file, which is the exported asset into an FBX format, which is the format game engines can read as an FBX, and your actual in-engine asset. So you can see my typical naming conventions here is for the character rig I hand off to my animators, I'll have whatever the character's name is, master rig. So they know master rig means that is the rig they're going to be animating on. And let's say we have a character walk forward animation. We're going to say the character's name, walk F. And when you're making a game, you have a lot of different walks. You have walk F, you have walk forward, walk backward, walk left, walk right, walk forward right, walk backward right, etc. You can get up to dozens of animations just for a simple walk. So that's why you want your naming conventions, especially for animations, to be really clear and really consistent. And so for our FBX exported assets, for our rig, I'll have character skeletal mesh, because when you export your character rig, you're exporting just the skeleton and just the geometry, because that's what the animation will be applied to. And so the general standard name for that is just skeletal mesh. Sometimes they'll just write skell mesh because it's a little bit easier, but skeletal mesh or skell mesh. So character name, skeletal mesh. And then for our animations, we'll just keep it the same name. We'll keep the exported asset the same name as our source art asset. They're just in different folders, so that keeps it a little bit easier to read. And then for our in-engine assets, we'll have an animation character walk F, and we'll have an animation montage character walk F. And I'll get into the difference between those later when we actually jump into engine. Okay, so before we really start diving into creating our rig, let's first talk about references, because referencing files is a really important part of any pipeline. If you're not using references, you're probably doing something wrong. So the way you reference a file is first you go to File, and then Reference Editor, and File again in the new window that pops up, and Create Reference. So let's reference this file right here that I have. It's just a little box for file than the one we have open over here. And then we'll click reference. And now you see our box comes in. And so we can set keys on this. We can do some other things to edit it. Like change the shape node. But there are some things we can't do to it. For example, we can't rename it, because you can see here, it's a read-only node, which is what we want. We don't want to be able to make certain changes to our rig in this file, because all we're doing in this file is doing animations. So it's really important to use references, because there are times during production where you're going to be changing your rig pretty frequently. That could be anything from polishing skin weights, changing controls, adding new features to your rig, even doing design changes to your character model, which isn't fun, but it happens. So you can see here in our source file, we'll just duplicate this to make a change, right? And then we'll save that just to make sure our changes to this file are written out. And then we can come in here and just simply reload our reference. And now you see it's been updated, and it keeps our animation changes. So that's why you want to be using references, because it keeps the edits that you have in, say, your animation file, but it also updates for any changes you've made to your source master rig in case you need to edit it or make any changes. So that's why referencing is really important. I've been on projects where the reference system hasn't been set up properly, or the original person who set up the pipeline tried making their own reference system for whatever reason. And it's better just to use Maya's built-in reference tool. It works. I've never had any issues with using the reference tool how it's intended to be used. If you're not using these, you're going to have a bad time. All right. Go over the character model, because that's the first thing you're going to be looking at when you start your character rig. And there's very specific things you want to be looking for when you first receive your model from your character artist. So I got this model from Paul Tosca. You can find his ArtStation, and he has this rig or this character model called Naira. He has her for free up on CG Trader. And I asked him if I could use it for this video. So first off, let's look at the rig in Maya, or sorry, the model in Maya. So he didn't intend for this to be like used for me, so he just made it as personal work. So you can see there's a lot of stuff we need to clean up. Like none of this stuff is really named in a way like has any real naming convention. There's some empty groups here. So that's first off, that's one thing we want to clean up. We want to go through and make sure everything's named properly, and in like just cleaned up and make sure they're on the right group. Second most important thing is our edge flow. Edge flow is really, really, really important for deformations. So this luckily has really nice edge flow for the most part. You can see here, like we have some nice quads. If we just look at the chest, we have some nice quads here. The edge follows the form. It's all really nice. It's has enough density to communicate what the object is without being so dense as to be like really hard to paint our weights on. This is a really, really nice level of fidelity, and it has really nice edge flow. If we were in a production, however, I would ask him to, clean up some of these triangles. Those are hard to deal with, like especially around here, like around here. Like triangles are hard to deal with when it comes to skinning. Like down here, we could probably clean these up. But it's workable. I've worked with harder stuff to work with than this. This is still a really nice model for our purposes. Okay, and you can see here that if we go down and look at our feet are below the origin. And so that's something we don't want. We want to, when we go in and clean this up, we want to make sure our feet are at 0. That's really important. We don't want our feet below the ground. That would be very annoying for our animators. Oh, and what's really nice about this model that if it wasn't like this, I would definitely ask our modeler on the team to do this, is each piece is separated out into separate pieces of geometry. When we export it into the game, we want to combine all the geometry into one single piece, because that'll help with performance. The more pieces that it has, the more draw calls there will be. So if it's all one mesh, it'll be a little more performant. But in terms of setting up our character in Maya, this is really nice. I love this. Like honestly, when I go in, I'll probably separate out these meshes. You can see these hands, these fingers on this robot hand, they're already separated out, which is super, super nice for us. And that's like, I love that. I'll always ask our character artist to separate out pieces like that, because it's really helpful. So unfortunately, I don't think we have time to go over rigging the face, because that's a whole beast unto its own and will take a really long time. But I just wanted to go over the geometry of the face, because this is pretty much perfect geometry. For the eyes, you want this mask with these rings around here like this. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. Same with the mouth. We want these rings around here like this. Again, if I were to ask him to update this, I would probably want to get rid of these triangles here. And maybe move this poked face closer to here. But other than that, like, yeah, and maybe clean this area up a little bit too. But other than that, this is really nice geometry. The main thing I noticed, though, is on the eyes. If we look at these eyes from the right, you can see they're not perfectly spherical, and they're also like kind of rotated. Let me see. Yeah, you can see there's like transform values and scale values on here. So we want our eyes to be perfect spheres, because then we can just snap our joint to the pivot center of it and don't have to worry about like manually moving our joint to the correct position. It's a lot easier if our eyes are just spheres. So again, that's something I would send back to ask. Oh, another thing I would request is, so we have these ribbons on the back, and they're like, again, super good geometry, very clean, like as low poly as they need to be. But since like you can see how they're sort of modeled into a specific position, we want these to be modeled flat out, so that they're let me see, I gotta center the pivot. So we want these to be modeled flat like this, because it's much easier to rig it if we just have the joints in a straight line. And that's easier for animators to animate. That's easier for weight painting. Just in general, that's what you, for like ribbons and stuff like that, you want these sticking out straight. And you would even want like this to go like this, like just like that, and you'd want to straighten this out. So you'd want to straighten all of that out. And those are the major things with this rig that I would request to send back. Other than that, it's a wonderful rig, which is why I chose it. It has all the things I want to cover. It has props. It has hard surface character stuff. It has these secondary motion things. It has this skirt. It's a really kind of all around mesh. It has this armor too. It's a great example mesh to use, and it's also like kind of realistic, kind of stylized, so it kind of covers both. It's I'm really glad I got permission to use it, because it's a really nice looking rig. So the first thing you're going to want to do is just select all your geometry, everything in the everything here, and then just modify, and then freeze these transforms, all of them. We want everything at 0. It just makes everything a lot easier to work with. So that covers it for mesh stuff. Just go through and make sure everything is renamed in a very simple to understand way. Like we want this to be, let's say, legs geo. Just keep it simple. So I'll go through and rename all this, and then we'll jump back in. So before we start really diving into it, let's first talk about some rigging fundamentals. And one of the most fundamental things is, of course, joints. So joints are a special type of transform node that you can attach a skin cluster to. And the reason we use joints is for a couple reasons. One, they're a really simple transform node. And so you can keep transform data on that and export that transform data as an FBX. And then the game engine can read that transform data and apply it to the skeleton you have in the engine. And game engines can only read 2 types of deformations, and that would be joints and blend shapes or morph targets. And we'll get to morph targets later on. So like I said, joints are a special type of transform node. And if you go to the rigging tab, skeleton, create joints, and that's just pop one down there and 0 it out. You can change the radius. This is just the display of the joint here, or here on the radius in the channel box, or you can go to display, animation, joint size. This will pop up and you can change it there too. So we open the attribute editor, you can see our joint has this attribute called joint orient. And if you rotate your joint and freeze the rotations on them, you can see our orientation stays the same. That's because these rotation values are put into this joint orient value. And the reason we want this is because we always want our joints to have 0 rotations, always. And we can't do that with other types of transform nodes. For instance, if we have, let's just say a cube, and we orient this like this, and we freeze these transforms, rotate, you can see our orient goes back to world orientation. We can't use that. Let's move this back to the origin. And our joints, we can also connect to a skin cluster. So we do skin, find skin, we'll get into skin clusters later. And now you can see our joint is oriented like this, and we can drive our cube on our custom orientation. And so that's really important. Like, say we have our arm pointed in, like a shoulder pointed in this direction, we want to make sure our shoulder rotates from that pivot at that orientation. So that's why we use joints. They're special transform nodes that we can attach skin clusters to. And that we can change the orientation of. So that's the most important reason we use joints. Okay, so let's get into placing the joints. You can see I cleaned up all the names. I placed them in easy to understand groups. So we have our head group. We have a little robot arm here. It's easy to understand, and you can see it's all placed under the proper chain, which is nice. So, and then I cleaned up all the extra layers we had, and I froze all the transforms on everything, and I even, moved her up. So that's where we want her. So when we first start our joints, we'll open up our Create Joints tool. So when we first start rigging for games, what we want is to have either root or delta joint. Those are just 2 different names for the same thing. I'll call it root joint because that's how it's referred to in Engine. And we just want that joint at the origin. And we'll get into why we need that later once we start importing it into the game. But for game rigging specifically, this is really important to have. Your character is not going to work properly without this joint. So let's first go into shaded view and turn on our geometry. And for our purposes here, we don't want the skirt visible, so we'll just hide that. And we'll actually also hide our weapons and our shoulder pads, because right now we just want to focus on our basic character, no extra bits or anything. So we're gonna start and look at our pelvis, because we want to start with our hips. So we'll go into orthographic front view, and I want to put my pelvis right around here. We can change that later. We don't want any values on X. We want that to be perfectly centered. I think I'm going to move that a little bit up. Let's say there for now, and we'll see if we can move it later. And for our skeleton, our base skeleton, the naming conventions I use here are C for center, always capitalize it, underscore. And then for our base waist, I always call this cog for center of gravity. And then I do bind because this skeleton we're going to bind our geometry using a skin cluster with this joint. So I refer to that as bind, and then JNT for joint. So kind of long, but it's really important to be very explicit with your naming conventions, because there's going to be a lot of different joints, and they're all going to serve different functions. So we want to be very explicit with how we're naming them. Okay, and then we'll go back unhide everything, and then we'll typically you're going to want 3 or 4 spine joints. And if we take a look at our skeleton here, you can see the spine has a little bit of an S curve like this, and we don't really want that. We want it to have more of a C curve because that's going to affect how our controls are set up and how some of our stuff is driven. Our behind the scenes rig controls are driven. So let's say we want one joint about here, and let's say another joint about here, and then let's say another joint about here. And so once you get here, this is about where the sternum is, and that's where our rib cage is around here. Now this area doesn't bend at all. Our spine only bends from, move this down a little bit. Our spine only bends from this area right here. It only bends in that area. It doesn't bend any further up because our rib cage is rigid. So we don't want to have that. I'm going to make these a little bit bigger just so we can see them. This one too. So we have our 3 joints here. I think I want to have 4. So let's move this one down so it's more in the center. Move this one down so it's about there. Move this up a little bit because our sternum is a little closer to there, and we're going to have our rib cage more up here. And then move this one here. Move this one down a little bit. Okay. And so we're just going to parent those underneath each other. So we select the top one. We parent it under here by shift selecting, pressing P. Then we select that one, shift select, press P. Select this one, P. And then we'll do the same here. You don't have to make them all like that. You can also just open your create joint tool again and then click on the joint and then shift click above it, and that'll put it, if you shift click, it'll keep it on the axis it's on. So that way you don't have to manually parent everything. I just duplicated them all because it's a little bit easier to do that for me. And let's move the sternum up a little bit. And so now let's go to our right view. Oops. And you can see, let's turn this off so we can see this a little nicer. You can see it's straight up. We don't want that. We want this to, you can see her body has a C curve in it, and we want to kind of follow that. I like to keep our spine joints kind of in the middle. So we want that about there. I think I'm going to make this lower. I think I want to make this one a little bit more forward. And I think I want to move the whole thing a little bit back. And maybe move this down a little bit. I think I want to move this one down a little bit too. So yeah, just you want to go through and have these will be a bit evenly spaced. Check them in perspective view. And I think for now that looks okay. We can go in and move these around before we attach our skin cluster and controls. Go with about that. All right. And so for our spine, I'm going to call this C spine A bind joint. And that's going to be my naming conventions for my spine joints. I'll do spine A, spine B, etc. And I do C for center, and I'll do L for left and R for right. And it's always character facing. So characters left, characters right. That's the typical standard you want to do when naming your sides. Okay, I've renamed my joints and positioned them in a little nicer place I'd like. You can see I renamed the last end joint chest because that's just what I like to call it. So you can see now our orientations, this is our object orientation on our joints, are not what we want them to be. So we'll go to our orient joints tool. And what this does is simply orients our joints so they're pointed in the direction we want our axes. And you can see orient joint to world will orient it to its parent. So if it's not parented to anything, it'll orient it to the world axis. And for this, it'll orient it to whatever axis is underneath it. So let's first of all definitely ask your animators how they like their controls oriented. Some are really particular about how they like it. I've actually had an animator make me redo a rig because he didn't like how it was oriented. So most, I'd say, want it to have our primary axis is which axis is pointing. So if we have our primary axis to y, our y-axis will point to the joint underneath it. And then our secondary axis will be pointed to whichever axis is on our world orientation. So for this, I'm not going to do, let's see. For this, I'll have our z-axis pointed in z. So z will be pointed this way, and y will be pointing to the next joint in the chain. But if I do this, you'll see it has, my bind joint has non-zero rotations. So you can't orient your joints if they have rotations on them. So we'll just go up and do modify, freeze, rotate. So now none of our joints have rotations on them. See, they're all zeroed out. And so we'll do orient children of selected joints. So everything in this chain will be oriented in the same way. Whoop. So now you can see our y-axis is pointing to the next joint and the z-axis is pointing forward. Say I want the z-axis pointing negatively. I'll just change this guy from plus to minus, apply. It'll be changing back here. Maybe I want the x-axis to be pointed in negative z, so I'll do that. Typical standard is to keep it relatively the same to world orientation. So y up, z forward is what we want. So it keeps it like that. And now they're all oriented properly. You can see the last bone in the chain doesn't orient based on the last one because it has nothing to point to. So y is just going to point in y. So if you want to get that pointed in the right direction, you simply do orient joint to world, and that'll disable all of that because it'll just orient it to whatever's in world space, and its world is its parent. So we do apply, and now you can see it's oriented there. So next we want to cover our leg joints. Leg joints are really important. These need to be set up. Really careful about how you set these. Okay, so let's talk about our leg joints next. Leg joints are really important. We have to be really particular about how we set these up because they are, well, they drive all the locomotion in the character, and we're setting up with an IK system. So IK systems are very particular about the ideal way for them to function. And you can see here, she's a little bow-legged, her knees kind of pointing this way. Her foot's a little kicked out. So this is another thing I would ask our character modeler to update, is I would ask him to make the leg a little more straight. So you can see here, put the foot directly underneath the hip. Don't have it splayed out a little bit because it's going to give us a little bit of trouble. It's still workable, but it's not ideal. So after studying our anatomy, we want to make sure our bones are placed in the right position, just like everything else. Position is really important. That's going to affect how the character moves and the deformation. So our ball socket for the thigh is right around here. And then we want to make sure it's pretty centered in the knee, and then right where our ankle is. So that's just a general positioning. You can see that's not perfect. And so we'll go back to our right view, and you can see, well, we need this to bend in the proper direction. So we'll move this back a little bit so it's a little more centered in the thigh. For our knee bone, this is a really nice model. Like the way this is modeled is really nice for the knee. You can see it kind of pinches here and then goes out here. That's going to help with deformation a lot. So for our knee, we don't want it to be directly under. For IK solvers, we need this to have a little bit of like a triangle shape, like that. Otherwise, our IK is not going to work properly. So that's a little too forward. I'm just going to move it back a bit. I'm going to move, actually, yeah, move that about there. And then our ankle is in a decent spot. Let's move it a little bit higher. Let's move it down here. So our foot pivots from right there. Okay, and then yeah, you can see, unfortunately, there is a little bit of a bend here. You want to get this to be pretty much as straight as possible. It'd be nice. But if I move it too far out, this deformation is not going to look nice. So you still need to do a little bit of balance. So let's put it about there. Yeah. And then, yeah, we have rotations on it. That's fine. So let's select our hierarchy. So we select all our bones. And then we'll freeze these rotate. And then we're probably, so our knee isn't pointing straight, it's pointing out this way. And so is our foot. So your knee and your foot typically point parallel. So we're going to have to rotate that just a bit. Your bones, your knee bone rotates kind of parallel to your thigh bone, like that. So that looks nice. And then we're going to have to orient those in a moment. But first, let's rename them. So we want to call this L upper leg. Remember to do bind joint, because that's the name we're giving it. Then we want to do, you can call this knee or thigh, whatever you want. I'll just call it lower leg, bind joint, and L ankle bind joint. Okay, so for something like this, you can't really orient it to world, because I still have rotations on here. Okay, so for something like this, you can't really orient it to world, because if you try that, you see our orientation goes this way. So you could just keep rotating it and freezing the transforms until you get something you like. But move this a little here more, a little bit like that. Okay. So you can see for this leg, we can't really use the Maya built-in joint orient tool because it's a little too simple for our needs. Because you can see we need our knee pointed kind of out, and if we use this, it'll point directly forward in our world orientation. And you can rotate it and freeze the transforms until you get something you like, but that's kind of tedious and will take a long time. So you can download this free script, the Maya Joint Orient tool. This is something I've had for a really long time, and it just gives you a little more options when it comes to orienting joints. So if we open that up, I have it saved to my shelf. So right now I've oriented it to the orientation we want, and we can just come down here and say we want to orient this, kind of just move this a little bit this way, and just tweak it that way. It's a lot faster. I use this mainly for like places where knees are bowed out a little bit, and mostly the fingers, orienting fingers can be really tedious, and this helps a lot. So this tool, the Jamsoft Orient tool, comes in handy a lot. So let's just go through and orient this joint so we have it in a way we like. Okay, so after tweaking our joint positions and orientations in a place we're relatively happy with, let's go down to the foot. And first for the foot, we just want to place like that and place a joint about where the ball of the foot would be and at the tip of the foot. We want to raise this one a little bit higher. And make sure they're pretty much on the same plane. Yeah, and make sure they're on the same plane. And then, oops. Then we'll go back out to our perspective view. And you can see that's not where we want it. We gotta rotate it a bit. We'll just rotate it this way. Again, this is something I would request to be changed if we were in a real production. I'll just move this up a bit. All right. And you can see our knee bends from this orientation, right, on X, like this. But if we look at the orientation of our foot, it's oriented kind of weird. Like our X orientation is forward. What? So now if you see our the orientation of our foot, it's not quite right. It doesn't really match our thigh and knee. You can see it rotates on Z. So if I were to grab both of these and rotate them, they would rotate in different directions. So that's why we make the ball and the toe tip, so we can orient these joints. Yep, they have rotations on them. Always freeze your rotation. Very important. So now Z is up, and we're just going to tweak that so it's about oriented where we want it. And same with the ball of the foot. We want this to be we want this to be, so we can't put Z in the Z direction here because Y is in the Z direction. So we do Z up for this one. So Z and Y, and that'll give us that. And see, now these are consistent. So that's just something you gotta pay attention to, is make sure all your orientations are consistent, because it's not always gonna match just doing orient hierarchy by everything. And then we wanna do the toe tip oriented to world. So now all of our joints will rotate in the same direction. Perfect. And that's what's important about orienting joints, is just making sure they all rotate in the proper direction when you grab them all, like that, and rotate them on one axis. That's the most important part about orienting joints, is just as long as they're all consistent and all oriented down the chain properly. Like, you don't want these like, you don't want these to be off. You want this pointing directly down at the next joint. So those are the most important things when it comes to orienting your joints. Okay, now let's move on to placing the arm joints. You're going to want to start off with placing your clavicle, which, again, studying your anatomy, you want to make sure you know where your clavicle bends, how it moves, or just where it's placed. So I typically put the clavicle around here. Again, we can edit it a little bit later. These are just general placements for right now. And then you want to put your shoulder in about where the arm socket would attach. Then your elbow and your wrist. So that's all I start with for now, is keep it simple. Don't do any fingers or anything like that. So for our clavicle, we want this to be, I typically move it a little bit forward and then rotate it back, because your clavicle rests on your rib cage in the front, and it mainly pushes your shoulder up and down and back and forward a little bit. So yeah, just have it resting kind of on the rib cage a little bit in the front like that. And then just just move this into place, and we want our shoulder to be pretty much in the middle of where our deltoid would be. So right about there is good for now. And then, so you can see for this, we have, unfortunately, in this scenario, our arms aren't symmetrical. So we're not going to be able to mirror our joints in this situation for the arms. So we're going to have to set those up separately, at least around the elbow. The upper arm should be okay to mirror. So again, this is why having all these pieces separated out is so nice, because you can see our, this is already centered. Let's see. So we have our arm hinge and our pivot here, like, it's one thing, again, I would ask our modeler to update is you can see the pivot orientation on the socket here. It's oriented to world. I would ask them to orient it so it's pointing in the direction it's supposed to be pointing in. So that's one request I would make for this. For hard surface rigging, that's what you want, is for the pivots to align where they would make sense. So this isn't like a super easy thing to deal with, but there are a few workarounds. For this instance, what I'll do is simply create a locator, and I'll show you. This is a new constraint in Maya 2020, which is really nice. You used to have to do a couple steps to do this, but you can just select a vertex and then select our locator and go to constrain rivet. And then I'll put it directly where that vertex was. And then we can just select our output locator and our joint, and then just do a constrain and aim on it. And so for this, we want our Z to be forward and our Y to be this way. So we want our X to be our aim vector. And then just do that. But we want Y to be pointing in this direction. So what we can just do is rotate it. Let's just get rid of that. Let's go to this joint and delete our constraint because we don't need that anymore. And then we just want to rotate our Y so it's like this. And so since this is a hard surface object, we're not too concerned with precisely how our thing is oriented, but I think this is more or less exactly how we want it. So let's just freeze these rotations. And I'll go through this process once more, and we'll select that and select that. And again, I'll show you how to use that script in a moment, and just snap it there. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll grab our vertex, we'll grab our locator, we'll constrain, rivet. Really nice that this is so much easier to use than it was in the past. And then we'll just do a constrain aim. And here we want our Z to be the aim axis. So we'll turn the aim vector is X, Y, Z right here. So we want Z to be 1 and our up vector to be X. So we'll change our up vector to be 1, 0, because we're aiming our Z axis here instead of up. That's what we want. We'll hit apply, and then we have that. And then we'll go back in and delete this. And see, this is something that would be great to make a tool to automate for. It's just a couple steps, but it would say you have to do it multiple times, so it'd save tons of time if you could just make a simple script to automate this. And then we'll just point it down in Y like that. So that's exactly what we want. And you can see our orientation here is off because they're just in different places we need them to be. So like you can see our Y isn't pointing directly here. It's a little off center, but in a situation like this, that's okay. Yeah. So that's how we want it. And now, like, let's say we were to skin this. Let's just do this real quick. And now we rotate this. This is why we want, I forgot to, yeah. So again, make sure you freeze your rotations. And then if we skin this here, and this is why you want 0 rotations. Because now if we rotate it on one axis, that's exactly where we want it rotated. Perfect. And then for our shoulder joint, we want this to be oriented Y down the chain, Z forward. So we'll go to our skeleton, orient joints tool. And we want Y forward, that's our primary axis, and Z. And for this, you want to make sure orient children is turned off. Otherwise, you'll accidentally change the orientations on these and it won't rotate the hinges properly. So we'll do that. Look at that. We have rotations on, we have rotations on the parent. Make sure that, yeah, you can't orient joints if there are rotations on them. So make sure they're always frozen. And apply. Then we have it there. Yeah, so just make sure you polish up where you want your joint placement to be, and put them, where it makes sense, where deformations are going to look nice. This is just something you kind of get a feel for as you do it more. Like most things, like the first time you do it, your joints will probably be in a little awkward positions, but that's okay. Again, the more you do it, the better you'll get at it. And we want to orient this one too. Perfect. So then we'll make sure these are renamed. So we'll go L clavicle bind joint, L shoulder. Let's see, I called the legs upper and lower. So we'll go L upper arm bind joint, and then L lower arm bind joint, and L wrist bind joint. And then we'll parent our clavicle to our chest bone. So that's parented in there now. And then we'll parent our leg to our cog bone. Perfect. And then we'll parent our cog bone to our root. And always make sure your root is at 0, the origin, 0, 0, 0. Very important. Okay, so now let's do the neck and head real quick. So we'll go from our chest bone, and we want to kind of go at the pit of the neck where the clavicles meet. And then we want 2 bones for the neck. Otherwise, you're going to get some awkward deformations and some volume loss. So at the base of the neck, kind of in the middle of the neck, and let's go to our right view. And we want one at the base of the head. So we'll move it there. So let's move these, and let's only get those. So we want one, like I said, kind of where the base of the neck is. Our second one up in the middle of the neck. They should be further back. So we'll do insert like that. And then another one kind of at the base of the head, a little behind the ear. Let's go with that. And this should be like that. Okay. And that's more or less what we want. Make sure this is in the middle. And let's move this up a little bit. And then we're also going to want to have one joint at the tip of the head. And that's just to orient the joint properly. So again, we'll do make sure everything is freeze rotate. And what I'm doing there is just right-clicking the top node and going to select hierarchy. So that way I can select everything in the chain and make sure it's all frozen. And then we'll go to orient joints. And again, we want Y as the chain and Z forward, and make sure orient children's on. And then make sure this one's oriented to world. All right. And that's all we need for the head for now. All right. And then pretty simple. We just want to mirror the legs now. So we'll go to skeleton again and open the options for our mirror joints. And you can see we have our prefixes for our sides. So we want to mirror from left to right, and that's the prefix we want to replace. We want to mirror across the Y and Z axis. So that's this and forward. And we want to, for our legs, we want to mirror our orientation. No, sorry, our behavior. If we mirror the orientation, it's going to have the same exact orientation as our left leg, and I'll show you what that looks like. So if we grab both of them and we rotate it on this, they're both going to do that. But when you rotate them this way, they're both going to go the same way. Maybe you want it like that, but I prefer to have it the other way, where you mirror the behavior. Where if you rotate it this way, then they go out and in, and they still go forward and back. So that's the behavior I prefer to have, because if you rotate it this way too, they go out and in. And we'll do the same thing for the arm. We'll also do behavior. If you do orientation on arms, it makes, you want to mirror the clavicle because it mirrors from its parent. Like if we were to mirror the elbow, it would mirror from the parent. So since the clavicle's parent is in the center, we want to mirror from the clavicle, and then it goes there. And you can see, like what I said before, these are in slightly different spots. We're going to want to move the elbow position a little bit up. And so, as I was saying, yeah, if you do the orientation when you mirror it, it's going to do this, which your animators are probably going to find unintuitive. And it'll go like this, which you really don't want. So it's better to mirror behavior, because then it'll make a little more sense when you're mirroring stuff, because it'll behave in a little more intuitive way. Keep selecting the geometry. See? Yeah, that's a little more intuitive for animators, I think. And so back to orientations, you want to make sure your orientations are consistent for a very specific reason. Well, a couple of reasons, but one is for animators is when you select your joints, right, and you rotate them on one axis, they should all behave the same. So if you rotate all these on X, they all go back like that. And if they all go forward like that. This is wrong. So one of the primary reasons you want to have all your joints oriented consistently is to help your animators have a little bit of an intuitive controls. So if I rotate these all on X, you can see they all bend forward or they all bend backwards. And also, like, positive and negative make sense. When you rotate them positive, they go forward. When you rotate them negative, they go backward. So they should all behave the same if you rotate, like I said, forward, forward, backward, backward. That's just a intuitive way for your animators to it's just an intuitive way for your animators to understand your controls. Otherwise, again, you don't want them thinking too much about it. So now let's go over to our mirroring options. So we go to skeleton mirror joints and open the option box here. And we're going to mirror from our left to our right. So we have our naming conventions, uppercase L underscore, and we want to rename it with uppercase R underscore, and we're mirroring it across the Y and Z axis. So we'll grab our clavicle because the joint mirrors from its parent bone. So if I were to mirror the elbow, for instance, it would mirror from the shoulder, and we don't want that. We want the whole arm mirrored. So we'll mirror that. And we want to make sure behavior is turned on. because if orientation is turned on right here, it's not going to have that consistent behavior we just talked about. So if we grab all these and do this, see, it doesn't make sense anymore. It's rotating in an inconsistent way. So we want to make sure behavior is turned on. And then our rotations will make sense. Forward, forward, backward, backward. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. And you can see for mirroring, like I said, the elbow is not quite in the right spot from what it was on here. So we're going to have to change that a little bit manually. But that's okay. So I think that about does it for our very basic skeleton plotting. We'll start getting more into the more complex stuff right after this. Okay, so now that we have our basic skeleton lined out and plotted, let's focus on setting up our secondary and prop joints. So let's go to ortho perspective. And for games, we typically want to have prop bones. And these are bones that will attach different props or weapons to in runtime. So we'll just call this one left prop joint. We don't need to call it bind or anything because we're not going to be attaching this to a skin cluster. It's just something we attach objects to in runtime. And then we want to parent this under the root bone and make sure it's oriented to world space. So Y up, Z forward, X right. So if you have it parented under any other bones, or if you have orientations on it that aren't to world, you can get some import issues when you attach certain props to it. You want to make sure that when attaching props to these bones, you don't have to think about the orientation or anything. Like it should just be one-to-one. And so for that reason, when we mirror it, we want to mirror the behavior. So that way both of them, oh, sorry, not the behavior. We want to mirror the orientation. So that way they're both oriented to world. And when we attach things to this, we don't have to do like inverse rotations and stuff in our programming, because that's just extra work we don't need to do. Okay, and yeah, make sure these are named properly. R prop, L prop. Okay, so now let's focus on these swords because these are her primary thing she's going to be working with, her primary props. So if we just create a joint and then snap it to this sword, and again, I'll show you the snap tool a little bit later. We could just eyeball this because this is a hard surface object. We're not really worried about deformations. We just want to, this is just where the placement of the control is. So the joint in terms of deformations doesn't matter all that much, but you definitely want to ask your animators where they want their pivot to be, like where they want to be rotating the sword from. It just depends on their preferences. They might want to rotate it from here at the end of the hilt. They might want to rotate it from where the hilt and the blade meet. It's up to them, but for me, it makes sense to have the pivot right here toward the top of the hilt, because in real life, that's typically where you would pivot the sword from if you were holding it. So you could just eyeball this if you wanted to, just get it in there, rotate it, and freeze those transforms and get it in a place where you think it makes sense. But if you want to be really precise with it, you can do this pretty cool thing. So you see, we have this edge here, right? And what we can do that's really cool is we can grab this edge. Let's grab this edge right here. I think that one makes sense. The edge pointing up. And then we can do a modify and then convert polygon edges to curve. And what that'll do is simply take that edge and convert it into a NURBS curve. And we want to make sure we delete the history on this, because it's still technically, if we have the history on, it's still okay. So now what's really cool about this, there's a special type of constraint called, so if you go to constrain and down here called motion path and attach to motion path. Oops, I don't want to open up the option box. option box. So what this will do is this will attach an object to the curve and it will animate along the curve. So if we attach our joint to this curve, you can see now we have our joint here, and we'll just select these. And if we scrub the timeline, we'll see this joint animates along the curve. So now our joint is oriented along the curve, which is really cool. So we don't want this to animate because we're using this joint as a bind joint. So if you select the joint, you can see in the inputs tab in the channel box, if you click on this motion path, it'll open up the option box for the motion path node, the constraint that it's attached to. So you can see here our U value that has animations on it. That's what the little pink box means, is it has keys on it. So we'll just right click that and say break connection. And if we go back to our sword, we want this to be at the tip of the hilt. So it's a 0 to 1 value. So 0 is at the beginning and 1 is at the end. So if you slide this value back and forth, you can see that's where it moves to. So 0.5 is in the middle. Pretty straightforward. So we want this at 0 because this is here. And then what we can do is simply break the connections on our joint right here, and then just move it down so it's a little more centered where we want our bone to be. Okay, so let's move on to this these swords over here. So we can just create our joint and then snap it to this sword, and I'll show you the snap tool later. And we can just manually position this if we want, and rotate it to get it in a place that makes sense. Again, you're definitely going to want to ask your animators where exactly they want this control to pivot from. So for me, it makes sense to put it here where the top of the hilt is, because if you were to hold a sword in real life, that's where you would essentially pivot the sword from. But maybe your animator wants it in the middle of the hilt, maybe they want it at the end, maybe they want it in the middle of the blade, whatever. It's up to your animator's preference, what they think makes sense to them. And so you can kind of just eyeball this to see where you want it to be. The actual position of it doesn't matter all that much because this is a hard surface object. We're not too worried about, we don't really care about deformations here, so we don't have to position it in any specific way. So you could do it this way, just eyeball it. But if you want to be really precise, a cool thing you can do is if we select these two, you can actually attach the bone to a curve of your choice. So I want to try and to an edge of your choice. So I'm going to grab this edge right here, and I'll go to modify, convert polygon edge to curve. And what that'll do is convert the edge you had selected to a NURBS curve. And we want to make sure we do modify or edit, delete by type history on this NURBS curve, because if you don't do that, it still technically has like history attached to the geometry. And if we don't do that, it's going to cause a little bit of issues when we try to edit it. So a really cool thing Maya has, a constraint Maya has, is called a motion path. So if we open up the option box for the motion path, what this constraint does is it attaches an object to the curve and it will animate along the curve. So if we select our curve in our joint, and we hit apply, you can see that this bone is now attached to the curve we made. And if we scrub the timeline, you can see it animates along the curve, which is really cool. We can use that for like a lot of different creative things that I can show off later. And so you can see that our orientation isn't quite what we want. Our sword hilt is pointing this way, the blade, and our orientation is pointing this way. So if we go to our attribute editor, and you can see at the top there's this tab that says motion path. That's our motion path constraint. So all we simply have to do is we have this world up type, and that determines the vector or the direction of where our up orientation is. So we just want to put this on object up. And so that'll orient it to the curve, to our curve. But you can also see that this isn't the orientation we want. We want our y to be this way, our z to be forward, and our x to be this way. So what we're going to do is, you can see here also in the attribute editor, we have our front axis. We want our front axis to be y, and that'll point our front axis this way, but we can't have both of these be y, so we'll have our up axis be z. All right, and that's what we want. But this is backwards now. We want to do inverse up, and we don't want inverse front. Maybe we do want inverse front. It's up to you. Whatever makes sense for you and your animators. I'm going to leave it like that. So now we have this oriented properly, and you can see, I'll go back to that attribute editor. You can see on our U value in our motion path node, it's red, which means there's keys on it, and that's why our joint is moving back and forth on the curve. So if we go back to our channel box, we can see there's this U value channel, and that's what is driving our bone. And it's a 0 to 1 normalized value. So 0 is the beginning, 1's the end, 0.5 is the middle, go back to 1. So we decided we wanted a joint here, which is just at 0. So that's perfect. And then what we can do is just break. So this yellow means we have these yellow boxes on the option box just means this is constrained. So we can just highlight these and right click and say break connection, and also break connection on this U value. And now you can see that it's not animated anymore. None of these values are changing. And then we just want to shift this down so it's more toward the center. And there's different ways you can get this towards the center, kind of similar to the way I did the curve. You can come up with different solutions by just say making 2 constraints and then putting it in between there, but we're just going to eyeball it for now. And then we want it there. And remember, always freeze your rotates. So that's a really cool thing you can do to get your orientations to be pretty much exactly how you want them in terms of rotated objects like this, if your modeler hasn't given you the orientations you'd like. So I'm going to do that for the rest of the swords and the scabbards, and then we can move on from there. Okay, so now that we've had our joints oriented and placed properly, I've done the same thing for the sword and the scabbards. Let's move on and name them properly. Let's move on to her hair ribbons. So we'll go to the right orthographic view, and we have one shorter one and one longer one. So what's nice about these is we can just make a simple straight chain. So we'll just start at the base, go to maybe about here, up there. So you don't want too many joints in here, and then we'll make a tip joint at the end. The tip joints are just for orientation. We'll delete those later and for performance reasons. Remember, the fewer joints we have, the more performant your character is going to be in engine. So now let's go to the top view, and definitely make sure you're looking at, let's isolate these. Yeah, definitely make sure you're looking at your topology, because your topology is going to determine how this deforms. So let's just move this over. So that looks good to me right there. Let's move this a little back so it's more on this edge. This is a little too far forward for my liking. Let's move it a little bit back there and a little bit back there. So you don't want to have too many bones here, because that's going to be a little more difficult for animators to animate with. It's going to make the deformations look a little strange, especially if you don't have, the best topology, which this topology is all right. I would rather have it be straight across, but if we remember, this was modeled into a specific pose, and this wasn't built for a character rig originally. So that's okay for as many joints, and that's really all we need to do when it comes to objects and ribbons like this. just a straight, simple chain. These are really easy to do, really nice, because we're just going to make it an FK chain. So yeah, that's all you really need to care about on these, is just making sure you have the proper amount of controls. I think 1, 2, 3, 4 is good for this. And so we'll just do that on the rest of the ribbons we have. Okay, now that we have all our ribbon bones plotted and oriented and named properly, let's move on to her necklace thing. So we have all these separated out, which again is very nice. So we'll just go to our orthographic view. And since these are symmetrical, we only have to do this one and this one. Oops, we don't want those parented quite yet. So let's just snap these. Again, use our parent snap tool. Go here, do a parent snap. And then, so for these, I'm just going to eyeball them. I don't really feel like setting up anything crazy, because these are, again, just hard surface, so we're not too worried about our deformations. We don't need to really consider that. We just need to consider where our pivot is and where it makes sense for our animators to grab these controls from. So yeah, right there, for me, that feels pretty much good enough. We don't need to be super precise with these. At least I don't feel that way. If you feel like doing what I did for the swords, it's fine, but that's just me. And then remember to freeze your rotates. And then for this guy, we're just going to do the same thing. We're just going to, I want this pivot to be closer to the top for reasons I'll show off later, because I want this to drive the movement of these two plates. So I'll show off why I want to put it there later. And I don't think I actually... So we'll rotate this here. So it kind of follows the form. And we'll just move this up here. Yeah, so I'm going to put it up here around where these ropes attach. And I'll show that off, why I want to put it there in a little bit. And then I also want to kind of aim it towards this direction. Let's see. So right now we have Y up and Z forward on that one, and on this one, Y up and Z forward. So actually, I think I'm going to have Y up come this way. That Y is up this way and Z is forward this way. Do I want that? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Let's leave it like that for now. And I'll rotate this down a little bit. And then we'll freeze our rotations. And then I'm also going to want a bone for this pendant and another one to have this deform. So we'll go to our front view again, and we'll make our bone, and we'll snap it. And we'll go to our right view so we can see perfect. And then we want to make some more bones for these. We want to come out. Again, since this is hard surface, we can move this out here so we don't have to add any extra bones. I'm going to put this here because we don't want this top part deforming. We only want it deformed from here down. And this isn't a super important piece, so I feel like I'm only going to put two bones here, so it deforms from the middle here and down at the bottom. We don't need it to do any crazy stuff. So we'll just move this back and rotate it forward a bit, and then make sure it's parented under here. Yeah, so I only want it to bend from here, and then for these little tassels to bend too. I don't want to have these individual things bending right now. That's all the fidelity I feel like adding. Let's just say our character is going to be seen from relatively far away most of the time, so we don't need to have this piece be explicitly, like each piece of this be explicitly deformable and movable. And then, yeah, so we have all these, and then we also have a back plate on here. So all we have to do for this one is add the joint to the back plate, and then, yep, that's centered all right. And then let's move that and have, what is our orientation on these again? We have, yeah, Y up and Z forward. So for this, we're going to have the same and just orient it like that. Have Y up and Z forward. And then we'll make sure all of our bones have frozen rotations. Rotate. And then remember, we want to mirror these. And for these, we want to mirror the... so for this, we want to mirror the orientation, because if we mirror the behavior, we can't mirror multiple joints at once. It's one at a time. So if we mirror the behavior and we grab both of these and push them on Y, they're going to go in opposite directions. And to me, that doesn't make a lot of sense if I were to animate this. So let's mirror the orientation of these. But now you can see the Y is pointing this way. So we'll just rotate that back this way. So now these are both oriented in a way that makes sense. Up is up, forward is forward. And right will both go like that, but that's fine. You're never going to be able to have this all exactly how you want it. And let's do the same thing for this. And then rotate this back this way. All right. And that's how we like it. So we'll rename all of these and make sure they're all their transforms are zeroed out. Okay, now that all the ribbons and everything and the shoulder pads have been named and oriented properly, I'm also going to add a bone to this bow back here because that is a separate piece and it'll be easier. One, I know that's something the animators would like to have control over, and two, it'll just be a little nicer to skin because we won't have to like try to balance the skin weights on the spine between this. Yeah, that'll just look a little bit nicer, I think. So let's just center this in here. And if you wanted, you can add more bones for the sides to give it a little bit more secondary motion, but I don't think that's necessary for what we're doing right now. Yep. So let's just leave the orientation, Y up, Z forward, and we'll call that C bow bind joint. All right. So now let's start connecting all of our secondary bones to our primary skeleton. So we pretty much want our bones to be in a place connected to our primary skeleton where they would follow. So let's take this dagger and put it, attach it to this spine right here. These don't matter too much because we're going to be attaching these controls to the geometry itself later on. But it's still nice to put them in a place that makes sense. And then let's put this sword on the spine A. And let's take all of our necklace bones, necklace, and attach those to our chest in a place the way that makes sense. And let's take our bow and we'll attach that to this bone as well. And our sword tassels that we have here, I need to position these properly. And then we'll take our sword tassel bones and attach those to the sheath, the scabbard, because that's what makes sense. And we'll take our hair ribbons and attach them to our head bone, because that's where they're going to be following the head. And then our ribbons on the back will attach again here. Okay, so now let's jump into the hand because that takes some work. Now let's jump to her shoulder pads real quick. And these are going to be the same thing we basically did with the necklace. We're just going to kind of eyeball these. We'll just keep them in the center. And we might change this later because I kind of want to do something similar to what we're going to be doing with this necklace. So we're just going to leave these here for now and just orient them in a way that makes some sense. Yep. And we'll just snap those there. And just rotate this up. And then we'll just mirror them the same way we mirrored the necklace and rename and orient them properly and make sure all their transforms are frozen. Okay, so now that those are all set up, oriented properly, and parented under the proper bone, I chose the shoulder. Let's move on to the hands. So for the robot hand, this is, again, hard surface. So we're just going to want to do the same thing we did when it came to the wrist and the elbow hinge. But typically for a regular hand that deforms, that isn't wearing anything, isn't hard surface, there's a couple things you want to do. So let's go to our front view. And typically I like to have a joint for the palm just relatively in the center. We're not going to be skinning. Well, this will have a little bit of influence when we skin it, but not too much. And so for this, we're gonna, yeah, so on this side, our Y is going negatively down the chain. So we want to have the same thing here. Let's have it go negatively down the chain like that. And so, yeah, we want to have this kind of centered. This doesn't matter too much, the exact placement of this. But you can do this next thing for all the fingers if you'd like. You can add metacarpal bones. So that would be bones from here to where the knuckle is, around here where the wrist starts, and the knuckle from the wrist to the knuckle for each finger. It's not necessarily to do it for each one. Typically, I'll just do it from the thumb pad, this area right here, and from the like pinky metacarpal. That way you can kind of get a little bit more bend in the actual palm area. You can touch the pinky to the thumb in a way that just looks a little nicer, a little more natural. So yeah, let's just keep going. Let's add the metacarpal for the thumb first. Let's just duplicate this and move it over here. So I just typically duplicate joints because it keeps them in the relative area that I start in. Because if I just create a joint, it's just going to put it in some random spot. So that's why I duplicate them. It's just a little easier to do that than manually placing everything. So yeah, let's move this a little to, yeah, and we want to definitely make sure we're looking at our topology because this is really good hand topology. So we want to put this about where this poked face is right here, and then a little bit in the middle of the thumb. Yeah, so it takes a little while to get the placement of fingers right just because, you know, I prefer to have them modeled in this pose because it's a little bit more of a natural pose at rest and there isn't a lot of muscles being engaged. So you're going to get nicer deformations if it's modeled in this pose, but it is a little harder to place the joints when it's modeled in this more rested pose. So I'm going to put the metacarpal there, and I'll focus on the joint orients once I set up the rest of the chain. And then I'm going to put the pinky metacarpal right about there. And this is something you want to be studying in your skeletal anatomy, is knowing where these carpals are. The main thing about studying skeletal anatomy, though, is it's not going to be one-to-one with how these models deform. You never want to put, you're rarely ever going to want to put the skeletons, the bones, your joints exactly where they would actually be on a real human skeleton, because that's just not how, it's just not going to look correct when it starts deforming. You need to understand the balance between, okay, if I place this here, and I have enough influence in this area, like how is that going to look when it starts to move? Because the metacarpal actually starts probably closer to up here, like where the wrist actually connects. And you can even see like where I have this wrist isn't exactly where the wrist would be, where I have this elbow isn't exactly where the elbow bone would be. It'd probably be a little lower down here. So that's just something you want to like understand the balance between. And again, that's just one of those things you get better with time. Okay, so now let's move on to doing the actual thumb joints. We'll just duplicate this. And so this is really nicely modeled. We have a good understanding of where we want to place our joints. So here is where that first digit bends from, and then our second digit bends from right here. And you can see our topology like gives us a good idea. There's these two edge loops here that like really communicate to us where that digit starts, like right in here. It's modeled very nicely for us to understand where we want those bones to be. And then we'll add another one in just for the tip, that's just to help with our orientation. And then we'll keep tweaking these until we get it in a place we like. And then let's just parent these, and then we can focus on getting those in the proper place later. And then I'll typically parent the metacarpal underneath the palm bone and the palm bone under the wrist. And that's just how I like to set this up. You don't really need the palm bone if you don't want. You can just use the wrist bone. I like to have this because there's a little bit you can the wrist twists a lot, and we'll add a helper bone there later to correct for the twist. But I like to have this because you can have your actual palm not be influenced by the wrist twisting as much, which helps with deformation. Okay, and so now let's grab this and just duplicate that and work on the knuckle placement. So for the index finger, so yep, right about there is where we want our knuckle to be. And a lot of the finger stuff is just eyeballing. There isn't really an easy way to get this automated like we have some of our hard surface stuff. At least not that I've found that really is consistent, because hands are modeled differently a lot of the times. They're modeled in different poses. There's hands are like one of those things that are very unique to each character. So no hand is going to be modeled exactly the same or have the same topology. So it's just kind of hard to automate the process of placing your finger bones. That's why people do like to model it with T-pose, like flat, straight fingers, because it helps with that. But like I said, this gives us nicer deformations. So I prefer a little more work to get nicer deformations than automating something where the quality is going to be a little bit lower. So I'm going to go through, and you can see I'm placing these around where this divot is and where our we have a little more topology where the knuckle is, which is nice because this area right here, rigid, more or less, this area right here is where it bends. This is pretty much exactly the topology I like to see in my hands. Like we have our 3 edge loops here for where it bends, because this is going to come in and we want to preserve our volume on both ends here. And then we have our edge loops kind of come out a little bit more on this side because we want to preserve the volume on where the knuckle is. I won't be able to get into too much skinning because we just don't have the time, but I'm just trying to talk about some of what I'm thinking about when I'm placing bones when it comes to skinning and deformation, because we just don't have the time in this video to really talk about, like, go through my skinning workflow. So I'm just kind of covering some of the things that I'm thinking about when placing bones, because when you're placing bones, you're thinking about 2 things: is how are the animators going to animate, like where the control is going to be, and two, where do we place our bones to get nice deformations. So those are the things we want to be thinking about, specifically with the hands. So the hands usually take me the longest amount of time to set up because it's really particular. You like some people will do that thing where they grab the edge loop and just take the center of the edge loop and snap it there. I don't like to do that. I prefer to place it manually. It takes a little bit longer, but that's just my approach. And then, so I'll place all these and then I'll show you how to set up the orientations in a moment once I'm happy where the placement on this is, on these bones are. Okay, now that we have all our finger bones placed in a place that we like, let's go over how we want to orient them. So again, we want to keep these all consistent orientations with everything else. So on the right arm, Y is up, Z is back because it's the inverse of what we have on our left. So the main thing you want to have when you're orienting your finger bones is that when you close them all, you want it to make a fist. So you're going to have to manually tweak all of the orientations because you can see they're slightly off. Like this one's pointing a little bit this way, middle finger's pointing this way, ring finger's pointing a little bit this way, and pinky's pointing a little more out this way. So first, let's just grab all of these and do our skeleton orient. Let's just do our basic one, our Maya one, and then orient children, apply. Always remember to freeze your rotations. Very important. All right, apply. Some still have. Yep, always remember to freeze your rotations, and then so palm joint orientation doesn't matter too much because we're not going to be adding a control to that. So yeah, and you can see now the thumb, we have our orientation like this. And if we bend our thumb, we only want to bend it on these two digits. We don't want to bend the metacarpal right now. You can see it bends back. That's about how we want it. But I kind of want to bend it, have it come a little bit this way more. And that's where this wonderful tool comes in again, the Jamsoft Joint Orient tool. Yeah, so I primarily use this tool for the orientation of the hands. So you can see our primary axis is Y. So we want to tweak our axis on Y. Let's just do by 1 unit right now because it's a small enough increment. And we'll just do forward. But you can actually see I have my Z pointing this way, pointing forward, and we actually want our Z pointing back. So let's redo, again, just select hierarchy. And we want, if we go to our Maya joint orient, so we have our secondary axis is Z. Our primary axis is Y, which means the axis we're pointing down the chain. And our secondary axis is the axis we're going to decide which direction to point into. So we do want it pointing in Z, but we want it pointing in negative Z. So just swap that there and hit apply. And now you can see our Z is pointing this way. And that's all we want. Because now when we bend both fingers one direction, they'll both bend into a fist. And so, like I said, I still want this Z to be more this way, because right now if I rotate it, it's going to rotate a little toward this direction, and I want to rotate it a little this way, and I want to rotate a little this way more. So we'll just grab that and just tweak it a little bit on the Y rotation, a little bit this way. So, and let's see the bone below it, and we want to tweak that a little bit more too. A little bit more. So now when we bend this bone, you can see comes in more that way. I think I want to do a little bit more. Let's do that much. That's probably going to help us. Yeah. Yeah, now you can see it comes toward the palm more. Yeah, I like that. And you can, if you're not happy with your joint placement after you skin it, You can always change the joint placement after it's skinned, which is nice. So you can see here now our Z is pointing back still. So if we grab both of these, they're both going to, and rotate them on Z, they're both going to go this way. When we rotate this one on Z, we want to rotate this way. Rotate these on X. We want to rotate that on X that way, and if we rotate this on X this way, so we want Z to be pointing inward now. So what we're going to do is go back to our orient joints, and what we want is our Z to be pointing in positive X. So we're going to do that for all of these. All right. And so now if we select all of these and select the thumb, they should all come in, and that's what we want. But you can see here, like, that's a pretty decent, pretty decently makes a fist, but we just want it to come in a little bit more, like make a little bit of a nicer shape when you bring it in. And you can see here, like, I didn't quite get this pinky lined up, so I'm going to move that. So, yeah, let's freeze these rotations just in case we made anything. And then let's orient those joints again. So I'm going to tweak the values on this. See, I want this, see, we're pointing this way. I want to bring it in a little bit more so that it's pointing like at this vector. So just a little bit on the index finger. It's pretty close to what we want. So about there. I think that looks good. So now when we rotate it, it comes in more like that. And then we're just going to do that on all the fingers. I think this one, yeah, middle finger's pretty good. I like where that's at. Yeah, so if we rotate both the index finger in and the thumb in, you can see it'll make a little bit of a nicer, see, it makes a little bit of a fist shape, and that's all we want here when we close these. Now you can see this one, it's pointed all the way over here, so when we rotate these back in, this one doesn't really go where we want it to. We want it to point in this way on the ring finger. So we'll do, yeah, this one's really off down here. So we're going to want to bring this in like this. Oops. We want to go negative on this side because we're bringing it forward. So just tweak it until you get it to an orientation you like. And now, when we bring these in, it should come at a little bit of a nicer angle. You see, that's much nicer. I like that. And then same with the pinky, because you see now it's bending like all the way over here, and we want it to come in this way. So let's tweak that negative. And we can increase the amount of units we're tweaking it by. So let's just do 5 for now. Let's move this back down to 3. So I like where that is. This way. I like where that is. Yeah, so this would be a pain without this tool because you can't control where the orientations are as explicitly with Maya's built-in orient tool. So this is really nice. So now when I bend these all on X, just on X, you can see they come in and make a much nicer fish shape. That's what we want. So those are the things you got to focus on for the hand is deformations, where the control pivots would be. Definitely pay attention to your topology because that's going to control how your model deforms, and the orientation. Make sure the orientation makes sense where when you bend them all on the same axis, they make a fish shape. So yep, that's it for the hand. Okay, so now that we have those basic concepts down, let's go over setting up our ARM control rig. And so when it comes to our ARM control rig, we're also going to be using something I refer to as a skeleton rig. So I'll show you why we do this in a moment, but what we want to do is duplicate our ARM and unparent it, and then duplicate it again. And we're going to go to our first one, and we're going to go to Modify, Search and Replace Names, and we're going to rename the bind in our names to FK, apply, and then just get rid of this one here. And we want to delete these shoulder pads because we don't need those. And then we want to delete these shoulder pads on our next one. And then we're going to rename the bind on our second one to IK. And I'll explain IK when we get to that in a moment. Okay, so we'll just select our FK, and we'll do exactly what we did when setting up our basic FKs controls. So we got our first one. We're going to want to group that twice. And then we're going to want to snap our first control there. And so you can change the radius of the control if you select it and go to its shape node right here. It's input on the shape nodes in the channel block. And we just want to make sure that is, if we click the radius, we just want to make sure that is big enough to go over, to come out of the geometry so we can actually see it. So I'm going to change that to, I think 13 is good. And you can see we have these normal directions here. So if you want to have it rotated this way, like that, we can change the normal there, but we want to have it on Y. You can also change the size of the node, of the shape node, by selecting it and clicking on Control Vertex. If you right click and open this box and click on Control Vertex, you can just select all of these and then just scale this, and this will scale this without changing any values on your transforms. So we just want that there. Let's hide our bind skeleton because we don't need to look at that right now. And then we'll duplicate this, and then we'll snap it to our elbow, and then we'll duplicate this, and we'll snap it to our wrist. All right. So now what we want to do is just place these in our FK chain like that. And then all we need to do is constrain our bone to our control. So select our control first, and then our bone. Just do constrain parent, and then we'll select our NURB circle, our elbow control, and then our elbow bone, elbow control, elbow bone, constrain parent, and then our wrist control and our wrist bone, constrain parent. And now if we move these, we can see it's constrained our FK chain. That's exactly how we want it to behave. And then we'll rename these. So I called our bone here upper arm FK joint. So I like to name my offset nodes. So we'll call this control L upper, just keep these names consistent, L upper arm. And we'll call this, FK. And I like to refer to my top offset node with just a 0, which stands for offset. That's just how I like to name it. It's the naming conventions I like to use. I'm sure other people do it different ways, whatever makes sense to you. And then I'll call my secondary offset node L upper arm FK. And then I like to call my secondary offset node SDK. That technically stands for set driven key, but it's just where I plug in any connections I may want to use. Most of the time, I don't need to plug anything in here. I just like to have it in case I need it. And then we'll call our actual control L upper arm underscore FK, and then CTRL for control. And those are just the naming conventions I like to use. So let's go through and rename all of these. Okay, now that we have our FK chained all set up and our bones constrained and everything's renamed properly, there's one more thing we should do before we move on, is if we select our top level offset node and go to our attribute editor, and on our transform, we'll scroll down to display. And if we scroll down, we can go down to drawing overrides under display, and we click on enable overrides. And what that'll let us do is change the color of the controls. So I can change it to blue on everything under the chain, or I can change it to yellow under anything under the chain. So standard I always see is left side is usually red, center is usually yellow, and then right side is usually blue or green. I prefer green. That's just, again, up to preference. So now we have our FK chain and all the controls are red. So that just, again, makes it a little easier for animators to see. It's a little more intuitive. It's just a little nicer looking. Okay. So now let's go over IK, because that is one other really important foundational concept. So IK stands for inverse kinematics, which is the opposite of forward kinematics. And what that means is our movement is transferred from our bottom nodes inversely up to the top one. So we go up to our skeleton and go to create IK handle. And so we have a couple different types of IK handles. For an elbow, for something with 3 chains like this, 1, 2, 3 bones, we want to use what's called a rotate plane solver. And a single chain solver is just for a single chain bone, so 1 to 1. And rotate plane is for 3 bones. So we'll just click on our top bone and click on our bottom bone. And what that does is it creates an IK handle. And this IK handle is just a transform node connected to this chain. And if we move it, we move the bottom, we can see our transforms are pushed up the chain. And so that's basically what inverse kinematics is. Don't ask me the math behind this works. I don't know it. So that's pretty much what you need to know about FK chains right now. And so when we're setting up the controls for our FK chains, what we want to do is create. So I have a little button here that creates a NURBS cube, and I like to use cubes for my IK chains. So we'll snap our cube to our lower wrist IK joint, and we want to make sure we have both our offset nodes, because this is the control we're going to be using for our IK, and our control will be on the wrist. So we'll just snap it there. And again, we want to make sure it's oriented the same way as the wrist, because that's just what's going to make sense for our animators. And let's go in and make this cube a little bit bigger. So we'll select these control vertexes and just scale them up. And I also want to make this control red. So I'm going to go back in to our attribute editor, enable overrides, and go to red. So that's our IK control. And all we need to do for our IK control is parent our IK handle under our curve, because now the IK handle will follow our curve control, and we can set keys on that. There we go. And then let's rename these. So I'll just call this arm, because we don't need a upper arm elbow name. L arm IK offset. L arm IK control, or SDK, and L arm IK control. And then we want L arm IK, and then I do HNDL for handle, and that just keeps that pretty simple. And then you can see, if we go to our IK chain, we can see we don't really have much control over where this elbow goes right now. Like, we can't tuck it in or move it or do anything. So what we need is something to edit our pull vector, and our pull vector is what our elbow points to. So if you look at the IK handle for this chain, you can see there are attributes here for the pull vector. So I can change the values here, let's say 5, and it moves the direction of our elbow. That's just the vector the elbow points at. So what we need is a way to control that with a control we can set keys on. So let's make another control, create, and let's do a box for this one too. So let's group that. And so there's different ways to mathematically get this in the right position that are kind of complex and usually need a script to set up, but kind of a quick hacky way to get it in the proper position is just do this. So we'll just select these 3, and then we'll do our parent snap again. And if you select multiple things and do a parent constraint to them, it'll average out between them, between the positions you constrain them to. And so you need to position, since you have 3 points on this joint chain, there's a plane that intersects all of them, and the IK handle needs to be on the same plane that these joints are on. And I'll show you why. If it's not on the same plane, and we need to use a constraint, a pull vector constraint to our IK handle. It's just all this does is attaches this control to those pull vector attributes. So if we select our pull vector and then our IK handle, and then do this if it's not on the plane, you can see it changes the direction that our bones were at. It might be easier to see. Yeah. So if I undo that, you can see our bones snap here. And we want our IK chain in its default position to be the same as our bind skeleton, because when we switch between IK and FK, we want them, we don't want our bind skeleton to change at our default position. So that's why we need to have this control on the same plane that these bones are on. Yeah. So if we move this control back to our average between these, we can just do an aim constraint to this pull vector. Just do an aim. Doesn't really matter which vector you're aiming it with. So if we just do an aim there, we can now see that our X is pointing toward this elbow. And so we'll just delete that constraint, and then we can just move it out here, and I'll make this a little bit bigger. So, and now we go back here. And we'll go to our front view again. So that keeps it on the same plane that our chain is on. So now if we just go to our constraint and pull vector, you can see it didn't move that time. It's in the same position as our FK and bind bones. See, it all overlaps. So that's just a quick and dirty way to do it. That's the way I do it because I prefer not to overcomplicate it with crazy math. Yeah, that's just it. So now when we move this, our pull vector will now change the direction of our elbow, and we have control over that. And for me personally, I like to have my pull vector follow my wrist. So I'll just select my wrist control, and I'll constrain my secondary offset node to the wrist with just a parent with maintain offset turned on. Actually, no, not a parent, a point, because we don't want it to change when we rotate the wrist. Just a point constraint, maintain offset turned on, apply. And now we can see constrained to our secondary node. And now we can see that it follows along. Perfect. And that's exactly how we want our IK chain set up. And our animators will probably want this oriented to world. So we'll just go in here and zero out our rotations. But first, let's do this. There we go. Zero out our rotations before we constrain it. And then we'll constrain the control here. Constrain point. And now this should work. Yep, that's how And now you can see we have a little more control over the shape of that elbow. And then let's just go ahead and rename these. L, arm, IK, offset. Oh, we want IK, L, arm, pole vector. So PV for pole vector. Offset, L, arm, PV, S, K, and L, arm, PV, central. Okay, now that we have our separate IK and FK skeleton driver change set up, let me just go over why we wanted to do that. So we want to have two separate chains for IK and FK because there are certain situations where an animator will want to use an IK control or an FK control. That's just up to their workflow, and they're going to want to have that flexibility. So what our rig needs to have is a way to switch between those two systems, which is why we have two separate controls. So if we unhide our bind skeleton and we bring up our FK and we move our IK, we can see, okay, here's our FK skeleton. This orange one is our IK skeleton. And this one right here is our bind skeleton. So what we need to do is constrain our bind skeleton to both our IK and FK controls. So I'm going to set these back to 0 because that'll give us our default pose. And then I'm just going to hide these for now so I can see my bind skeleton only. So I'll open up both my IK and FK chains in the outliner and make sure you're selecting these in the same order each time. So I'm going to select my FK first, then my IK, and then my bind skeleton. And then I'm going to go to constrain and parent, and I'll have maintain offset turned off, and then apply. And then I'm going to do my FK elbow, my IK elbow, and then my bind elbow, and then do apply. And then I'm going to do my FK wrist, IK wrist, and bind wrist, apply. So you can do, as long as you're selecting those in the consistent order and you're making sure that the bind skeleton is selected last, that is the most important thing. Bind skeleton last, and you're selecting them FK, IK, bind skeleton in that order. So now when we rotate this, we can see if we unhide our IK and FK skeletons, we can see here's our bind skeleton. Our bind skeleton is averaged between our IK and FK transforms. So what we need to do, what we need to find is a way to solve a solution to be able to switch between IK and FK. And that is where our node editor comes in. The node editor you're going to be spending a lot of time in as a tech artist or tech animator. So first of all, what we need is an attribute to change, an animatable value we can have that will switch between our IK and FK. So let's just make a dummy node for now. So let's just make an empty group and call that L arm IK FK switch dummy group, because this is where we're going to place the attribute on. Because if we can technically add it to each individual control, but if we do this, we can have, if we have it on a dummy group, we can have all the controls share the same attribute. And I'll kind of explain what that means when I set it up. So here's our dummy control. We don't need any translate, rotate, or scale values on here. So to hide those, we can just select all of our attributes, just drag select, and then right click, and we can go down and do lock and hide selected, and that'll lock all the attributes so they're not changeable or animatable. You see the gizmos turn gray, so we can't move that control, and they're not in the, they're hidden, so they're not in the channel box here. And so if we want to add our own custom attribute, we go to edit and then add attribute, and we'll just call this L arm, we'll just call it IKFK switch. IKFK switch. And we want this to be a float because we want to be able to, we want our animators to be able to change it over time to like kind of blend between the two because they might want to do that. So we'll leave it as a float because that just means a 0 to 1 value with decimal points. Integer is just 0 to 1 without decimals. So we want float because that goes 0 to 1 with discrete rotations. So we'll do the minimum value is 0 and the maximum value is 1. And we'll leave the default value as 0. And so then we'll just add that. And now we have that value on here, and we can go back from 1 to 0, and you can see we have point, you know, like 0.1, 0.2, etc. Okay, so now this is where the node editor comes in. What we want to do is go to Windows, Node Editor, and this brings up this graph window. So what we can do here is we can add all the nodes we want to this graph. So what we're going to want to do is grab all our constraint nodes on our bind skeleton. So let's highlight that. So we go in the outliner and we have our bind skeleton here, and we want to get all the constraints on our bind skeleton. And looks like I might be missing one. No. Oh, this one. So we get those, and now we have these constraints. And you can see these constraints, each one has a, let me unhide these again. So which is why our bind skeleton is averaged between these two. So if we select these and change one of these values to 0, you can now see that they snap to the one position. You see they snap back. Or if we do the opposite, change these to 1 and this one to 0, they go the opposite. This to 1 and this to 0. So we need a way to connect our custom attribute to change those values and make it animatable in an easy way, and an easy, intuitive way for animators to use. So in order to add this attribute to the graph, we just select it and click this little plus button right here. This one with all the pluses will clear everything, and this little -1 will just clear what you have selected. So we don't want these. We just want our constraints on our bind skeleton. So let's add those by clicking this little plus guy. And then we want our dummy by clicking on that. And so what you can do in the node editor is you can connect different attributes to different values, or you can connect one attribute to a different attribute. So let's just come up with a quick example. Let's come up with 2 locators. Create locator, and then we'll just duplicate that, and we'll select these. Now we have these 2 locators, and one is here and one is there. Let's see, make sure you can see them a little better. And what we can do is say, just select these and clear these, and we don't need these shaped nodes, so we can just get rid of those. What we can say is, okay, we have locator 2, and we want to plug in, if we click this little hamburger menu right here, we can plug in, this will come up with all our attributes, and we can say we want our translate to drive the rotate on locator 1. So now if we translate this, it'll drive our rotation on our secondary locator. So that's just the basic idea behind being able to connect these attributes. So now let's just get rid of these. And let's go back to our constraints we need. So we'll grab all these constraints because we want to change the values on these weight attributes right here. And then we'll grab our IKFK switch attribute on our W node because we want that to drive the weight values on here. So let's just bring that up. And so if we open the hamburger menu again, You can see at the bottom is where we have our custom attribute we made, the IK-FK switch. So what we want to do is connect that custom attribute to our weights. And so let's open this up again. And you can see here are our weights right here. And we can open it up again. And here's the input. And on the left side is the input and the right side is the output. So we have our output here, and we'll just connect that output from our custom attribute to our weight 0. And then we'll connect we'll do the same thing on the next one. And we'll connect our attribute on our IK-FK switch to this is why we want to select those constraints in the same order, because now we have FK is weight 0, FK is weight 0, and you can see on this one, FK is weight 0. So that's why we want to select those consistently. It just makes things a little less confusing for us. So now when we look at our constraints, you can see our IK-FK switch, if we set this to 0 and open up those constraints again, now this is set to 0. And if we set this to 1, now we can see that this is set to 1. So we also need a way to make sure that if this is set to 1, then this is set to 0, which is luckily not too complicated. So we'll open up our node editor again. And if you press tab, it'll come up with this little search bar, and you can search for reverse. And if you select it and press enter, that'll create a reverse node for us. And it's probably good for us to name this too. So we'll call this left arm IK FK switch RVRS for reverse. And then all we need to do is this reverse node has 3 inputs, 3 input values, and 3 output values. So all we need to do is plug in our input value into X of our custom attribute. And all that'll do is take our value and invert it. So if we have it 1, it'll be -1. It'll be 0. And if we have it 0, it'll be 1. So we take our output and we put that into our output X, and we put that into our IK weight 1. And then we put that into our IK weight 1. And then we put that into our IK weight 1. And now you can see 0, 1. If we switch this back to 0, and now it's 0, 1. If we switch this back to 1, now it's 1, 0. So now, when we go back here and take our controls, sorry, that's just my dog. Now when we take our controls, we can see here's our bind skeleton right here. And we can rotate it. And see, it follows 1-to-1 with our FK controls. Just like that. And if we go back here and switch this to 0, now our bind skeleton falls 1-to-1 with our IK control. So that is really, really important to know how to do. That is like, you need that function on your rigs. That's really important. If you don't have that, that's just a basic function your rig needs to have, absolutely. Okay, and now let's get to adding that attribute in a way that's easy for our animators to access. So if we select our dummy group, we can go up to Create Asset, and then just click Create Asset, and that'll change that dummy group to this. And then we'll just rename this LARM-IK FK switch asset. And now if we select all our controls for our FK and our IK, including our pull vector, we'll go to modify. First, we got to make sure we have our asset selected. So if we select all our controls for our FK and our IK, and we want to include the pull vector, and then we select our asset node last, we can go up to modify, asset, and then add to asset. And what that'll do is add all our controls to this asset right here. So now they're all under there. And now if we select our dummy group and we just select our attribute we made, and we can go to modify, asset again, and then publish attributes. And now if we select all our controls, that attribute will be on each control, which is really, really helpful for our animators because it doesn't matter which control they have selected, they can switch it back and forth because this attribute is shared. You can see if I change it here, if I change it here, it goes back here, and now the value is the same on all the controls. So it's just a shared attribute, and it's a really nice thing to have for your animators. You can see it switches back and forth. But we don't want to have our controls like this. It's not really intuitive. We want to be able to, because if we have them under here, they're no longer under their groups. So we want to make sure that we have these in our outliner in a place that makes sense. We don't want to have these under the asset because it just isn't really intuitive for us. So if we go to display, advanced content, then we can either do both and it'll put it under both our offset nodes and in here, or we could just do display advanced asset contents under parent, and then it'll leave that out like that. So I think doing it for both is probably best because it just keeps everything a little more organized because we can just see right here, okay, we have this asset right there. And then you can see now like our outliner is getting kind of cluttered, and we don't want our animators to look at this. It's hard for us to work with because it gets hard to find what we're looking for. So what we're going to do is, let me just zero these out. We're just going to make some groups to help organize us. So number one, I'm going to make a rig do not touch. So this group is where all of our control skeleton will live, where all our assets and stuff will live. So we'll make another group, and we'll call this larm ik fk skeleton. So then we'll just parent these under there, under the larm ik fk skeleton, and then we'll just parent that under there, and then we'll put the dummy group under there too. Dummy group, we want to go in here. And then we also want to clean up some of these controls. And now let's start putting these controls in their own groups. So we'll do this, and her name is Naira, so we'll just call her Naira control group. And then we'll put these all are for the arm. And then so we'll do control G and L arm controls. And then we'll just parent that under there. Yeah. And then for stuff like this, we'll just do display hide and outliner, but we'll leave that there for now. So now everything's a little more organized and we can kind of look at what we're doing a little more easily. And so we also want to make sure that when we're switching between IK and FK, if we have IK turned on, then the FK controls are hidden. And if we have FK turned on, then the IK controls are hidden. So all we have to do is go up to our offset groups. We just want those. And we'll just clear this out and we'll just add those in. So we just have our offset groups. And then we also want our dummy group in there. So we want to make sure, so if we click on these little arrows, these boxes with arrows, that will show all the inputs for which control we have connected, which control we have selected. So if we do this, and this will give us all our outputs and inputs. So we just want our outputs and inputs on this guy because we just want this switch, and we want yeah, and then we want this guy. So if we go to our asset, we have our IKFK switch. We don't need our bones, so we can hide that. We actually don't need these constraints either. We just want these offset groups. And remember, so we had our FK first. So our output we'll go into our FK visibility right here. Our output X goes into visibility. And for our FK, our output from the asset, because we want that to be 1-to-1, goes into visibility. And then the reverse goes into the IK, because that's what we had when we switched it originally. And that's another reason why we want to select those consistently. It just makes things easier to remember. So now you can see we have our FK driving our chain. And if we switch to IK, then it hides our FK and switches back. So really important to have. Make sure this color, this is changed. Yeah, so really important to have another thing that just makes it easier for our animators to work with. Okay, so now that we have the IK and FK arm set up, we just want to do that same exact process for the right arm and both legs. And then we'll move on to the spine. Okay, moving on to the spine. So we could just do a simple FK chain for the spine, which is perfectly fine, or we could do something a little more complicated and a little more advanced that will allow us to have both a hybrid FK and kind of an IK chain at the same time that will use a technique called a ribbon spline. And I'll start going through that right now. So we kind of want to do a similar thing we did when we duplicated the arm joints. So we'll duplicate our skeleton from its cog joint, and then we'll just unparent that. And then we just want the spine joints. So we'll go down here and we'll delete everything that's not a part of the spine. So we have our cog to our chest. And then let's isolate that. And then this is just a quick way to get what we need is a NURBS curve that has its control vertexes placed where each bone is. Oops, this isn't oriented correctly. Orient that to the world. So we need a curve that has its control vertexes where each bone is. So an easy way to do that is just to go to skeleton and create IK spline handle. And I'm not going to go too much into detail about what this does because we're only using this to generate our curve. But this is a type of IK handle that can drive bones based on a NURBS curve. So we just want to set our options to turn everything off except auto create curve because we want it to create a curve, and then turn all the other options off, and then select the parent and then the child. And then we don't need this IK handle it generates, so we could just delete that. And now if we look at our curve, we can see that now we have control vertexes where each bone is. About where each bone is. It's not perfectly matching, but that's good. That's good enough for us. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take our NURBS curve we just created and move it over to a little bit, and then duplicate it, and then just move it over a little bit more. And then we'll just take our two NURBS curves we've created and go to modeling, surfaces, loft. And what that does is create a NURBS plane for us. And we're going to use this plane, and we're going to call it I'm going to refer to it as a ribbon spline. And we're going to use this plane to drive these joints. So let's delete these old curves we don't need anymore. And let's delete the history on this guy. History. And so what we want to do is unparent all these bones so they're not in a hierarchy anymore. And Maya 2020 has a new constraint called a UV pin. You used to have to do this setup with follicle constraints and stuff. It was a huge pain, but they added this recently, which makes it so much easier. So if you go to UV pin, and we'll just leave the options default, pin location transforms, output existing transforms, and just leave that all default. So first we select our ribbon spline, and then we select all our joints. And then we just say apply. And you can see that our bones kind of got oriented in weird directions. That's fine, but first let me show you what this actually does. So if we select our control verts, we can actually move it, and you can see that our bones are now attached to this ribbon, which is really nice because now we can twist it, and the rotations will follow the twist, which is really nice. In order to fix these strange rotations on here, all we need to do is go into our bones, select them all, and then just turn our joint orients back to 0. Because now that they're not parented underneath each other, we don't need joint orients anymore, and they're going to follow along the orientation of our curve, which is very nice. 0. Yeah, we want this one to be 0. And so what we can do, what's really nice about NURB surfaces like this is we can actually attach a skin cluster to it. So we just want to attach 3 bones. So we'll just duplicate our top, middle, and bottom bones. And let's just group these other ones so we're not confused by them. And here we're going to have our skin bones, our skin cluster bones. So we'll select those 3 and then select our ribbon and do skin, find skin. And now you can see when we've made our skin bones, if we do this, all of our bones follow along and we can rotate it, and our bones follow the rotation as well, which is really nice because they get a nice fall off on them. And just having 3, it gives us just enough control on our bones while still giving us like some nice shapes, because we don't have to worry too much about the fall off on these because it's already handled for us with the ribbon. So that's a really nice solution we have just for controlling these bones. But what we want to do is we want to be able to set keys on these bones. These are the bones we're going to be setting keys on. So we'll make controls just for these bones real quick, and then we'll show off how to actually attach it to the bind skeleton. Okay, so now we have our controls for those joints, and we're just going to go through and rename our joints and our controls just so we're a little more organized. So for our joints that we're having deform the ribbon, we're just going to search and replace names, bind, and we'll just call those driver joints. Driver joints, apply. And then we'll call our ones that are following, we'll just call these follow joints. Okay, and what we could do is just directly constrain these follow joints to our bind skeleton. But if we want to give ourselves a little extra control, what we could do is create another control, and we can snap it to our, let's say we want to snap it to our middle one. And we'll make this control a little bit bigger. 15. And so we can snap it to our middle one, and then we can constrain this control to our follow joint. So we'll do parent there. And then after that, we can constrain this control to our bind skeleton, so we have a little more extra control over it. So we can do that, you see, and then once we constrain it to our bind skeleton, we have a little more extra offset for that. So I'm going to add controls parented under each of these follow bones, and I'll make sure everything's renamed. Okay, so now I've renamed everything and grouped it all together, so it's a little more compact and easy to navigate. And you can see here I've changed the colors of the driver controls and the follow controls just to make it a little more clear what's going on. So I placed our driver controls into a simple FK chain. So you can see if I rotate this, the whole thing follows along, and I rotate the middle one, the top follows along. And you can see all these blue ones are moving because they're parented underneath our driver bones. So if I move this driver bone, you can see the follow control follows along. And because we have our driver joints skinned to our ribbon, that's why they follow. So what we want to do now is take our follow controls and constrain those to our bind skeleton. So we'll just go through and do that real quick. Parent. Let's just check to make sure those are all working. Yep. Okay, so now that they're all parented, you can kind of see what's going on. So if I rotate this middle one, you can see everything's following along as we expect, and then we can grab the inner one. Oops. And grab the inner one, and then control just that one bone if we want to correct the shapes we have, which is really nice. And it just gives our animators a little more control while allowing them to have just a simple FK chain. And the nice thing about this too is it, like, say if you rotate this and you don't like how much this is kicking out, yeah, if you don't like how much the like this kicks out over here, you can just go back to your spline, your ribbon, and just edit the weights on here. So if we just go to skin weights and open up our tool, we just have these 3 bones. So if you don't like how much this is kicking out, we can just add more influence down here, and now it won't kick out as much. And that's just a really easy way to control the shape of our spine when we're moving our things around. So I like to give this to my animators because it just gives them that extra bit of control, and it's easy to use. But you can also see here, like what we talked about before, like from here up, this area is rigid when we were talking about the rib cage. So we don't actually want our FK control to be on the top level node. We want it to be here where the sternum is. So we'll just adjust that. Because we just want our control to be, so we want to grab our driven joint or driver joint, and we want to just kill that, and then we're going to want to take our driver chest control right here, and we're just going to want to snap it down right here on our chest. And then what we want to do is just constrain this back again. And now you can see that top is all rigid. And if we really wanted to, we could move this back and forth, but we probably wouldn't want to. So that's all we want for that. So that's giving us the behavior we want now, is we can move each individual bone by itself, and our FK chain will kind of give us a nice fall off that our animators don't have to think about too much. It just behaves naturally like an FK chain would. They just have that extra control, which is nice. And then finally, we have our hip bone right here, and the animator is going to want to have their cog control in world space. So we're just going to change that real quick. So because when they move it down, they just want the character to go down. So they would want it to be in world space, so it goes straight down. So let's just fix that up real quick. We're going to want to unparent our waist control, and then we also want to kill the constraint on our driven joint, on our driver controls. Sorry. So we want to kill that constraint. And then on our cog control, we just want to change these rotations to 0. So it's in world space, world orientation. And then we'll just grab this and do parent. And then put the waist back underneath here. So that's how it works. The driver controls are in a simple FK chain, and then our driven controls live outside of that within no FK chain. They're just constrained to our driven joints that are driven by our IK spline, and then our driven controls drive our bind skeleton, and that's it. So that's how you set up our spine, and I think that's a really nice balance between IK and FK. Like I said, it gives our animators a lot of control, and it's easy to use. Now that we have our IK and FK arms and legs and spine set up, let's just do a little bit of cleanup before we move on to setting up more of our IK legs, because that will require a little bit more work. So first of all, let's just go to our clavicles and make some controls for those. And then we'll just snap that right there. And we'll make this control a little bit bigger. And then we'll move it down a little bit just so it's a little easier to grab, and move it a little up here. Okay. And for our clavicle controls, what we need to do is, first of all, parent our FK chain for our arm underneath our clavicle control. So this one will be parented under here. And then let's parent our clavicle control back under our left arm controls, just so we have it just so we have it a little more consistent. Then let's rename this L clavicle offset. And what we also need to do is go back into our control skeleton and open up our IK joint chain for our arm, and just parent that underneath this control. Parent constrain it. So we make sure that's constrained. Yep. And as you see, if we switch back, now when we raise up our clavicle, it will bring the shoulder along with it, and that's what we want. And we'll make sure that this is parented here. And we also, for the IK hand, need to make sure that our IK wrist has a orient constraint on the wrist from the IK control. Because for our IK control, we just want our control to rotate the wrist, because our IK handle, which is underneath our control here, that's what actually drives our IK transform. So we only need the orientation set for our bone. The control only needs an orient constraint on the bone. So let's do that for the right side. And then after that, let's just go through and set up a basic FK chain for all of the joints in the ribbons, in the neck, and just do our simple FK chains before we move on to the more complicated IK feet. Okay, so I've gone through and set up our FK chains on a couple different things like the ribbons, and attached them to their appropriate places on the body, so that we have our FK chain from our neck to our head, and the ribbons follow the head controls. And I've parented the head controls directly under the last control in the spine hierarchy, so that follows that last control there. Same with the clavicles. I've also made sure that our IK Bones are orient constrained to our IK control. Remember, just orient it, not transform or not translate. I've set up the finger controls, just simple FK chains per finger. And for the fingers, what we want to do is we group all our fingers into one finger control group, and then we constrain that to our palm bone, because when we flip back and forth between IK and FK, we don't want to have to set up the switching for that the same way we did on the other bones. It's just a little more simple that way. Let's see what else. Oh, definitely make sure your hip control under here is parented underneath your cog control. I realized I hadn't done that before, so that your hip control follows along with your cog control. And you can also see I've set up controls for her necklace and whatnot, and her swords. But I haven't parented the swords and necklace underneath anything yet, because we're going to set that up in a slightly different way later. Same with the bow. So now let's move on to, actually I'm going to parent these two bones under here. So now let's move on to our IK feet, because that's a little bit different than our IK, the way we set up our IK arms. Okay, so before we jump into the more complicated foot controls, I first wanted to touch on this one thing. So you can see our foot is kind of pointed out this way. It's not straight oriented to world. And that's not great, because our animators are going to want to move this forward and back directly. But we can't have it that way, because the way our foot is modeled, it's just pointed this way. So if we were in a production, that's definitely something I would request to be changed. But since we're not, we're just going to have to deal with it, and that's okay. So for our feet, we want to add a few extra controls that will allow our animators to raise the foot from the heel so they can point it up and down, and from the toe so they can point it up and down from there, and pivot it from the toe and the foot of the ball. Hopefully that'll make a little more sense as we set this up. So let's just jump to it. So we want to make sure that when we set up our FK and IK switches, we kept the football and toe tip in there, because we didn't do that for our arms. We just ended it here. So we definitely want to have these two end bones in the chain part of that swap. So first, let's go to our IK FK legs. We want our left one, and we just want to duplicate our IK chain from the ankle down. So let's just duplicate that. And also let's unparent the leg IK joints, just so we can access it a little more easily. So for our duplicated bones, what we want to do is, first of all, kill that constraint, because we don't need it. What we want to do is rename these to, rename IK to RVRS for reverse. And then we'll delete that. And then we're going to want to unparent all of these from each other and create an inverse hierarchy. So the ankle's at the end and the toes at the top. So we'll do ankle goes under the foot of the ball, and the foot of the ball goes under the toe tip. And then what we also need is an extra joint at the tip of the heel that will be the parent of all of these. So let's just create a joint. And then we'll parent our reverse bones under there, and we'll call this L heel RVRS joint. And then make sure that, let's take a look at these. Yep, and make sure these are all oriented the same way, the way that makes sense. Okay, and let's make sure this one's oriented to Y down the chain and Z up. Y, Z up. There we go, and we want this in negative, oh, Z up, sorry. There we go. And now they should all be consistent. Yep. Okay. And then so what we're going to want to do is go to our leg IKs, and we need to make single chain IK handles for our IKs, because we're going to parent those underneath our reverse bones. And then I'll explain single chain IKs right now. So we'll go to skeleton, create IK handle, open the option box, and go to single chain solver on the current solver. And then let's open these up. And so what we're going to want to do is create IK handles from our the tip of our bone. Oops, we don't want to select that. What we're going to want to do is create IK handles from here to here. And what a single chain solver does is essentially the same thing as an rotate plane solver, except it only affects one bone. So you can see the end bone goes there, up and down. And then we also want one from the ball of the foot to the ankle. And then let's rename these IK handles to something that makes a little more sense. So this one's the ball of the foot. So we'll call this one L foot ball IK reverse HNDL. And we'll call that the one for the toe L toe IK reverse HNDL for handle. So then what we're going to want to do is parent these under our reverse joints. So the toe goes under the toe and the football goes under the football. So now when we rotate our reverse joints, you can see that they follow. So our IK toe is parented under here. So our IK follows, our IK toe follows here. So it's 1-to-1 for now. And so we're also going to want to parent these reverse bones underneath our control so they follow along. So let's just unparent our foot control so we can access that a little more easily too. Okay. And what we want to do is take our reverse bones and just parent them underneath our IK leg control. So now when we lift our IK leg control, everything follows along. Perfect. And we also, so if we go down to our football reverse, we can see that the ankle here doesn't follow along. So all we need to do is parent our main rotate plane solver from the thigh to the ankle that controls this. We just need to parent that underneath our ankle reverse bone. So now that will follow what's underneath it. Perfect. So now we can see that we have everything following along. If we rotate our heel on Z, everything follows. See, we're pivoting our foot from our heel. And we can also raise and lower it from our heel. Same thing for the toe tip. We can raise and lower it from the toe tip, and we can pivot our bone from the toe tip. And same thing for the football. We can, so that's for like foot plants and running and stuff. That's really useful. So that's our basic setup for here. And for one more thing we want to do is also group this whole thing. Let me just set this back to 0. So we're going to want to make a group and snap it to our football. Parent snap. Oops. That, and then parent snap. So now we have this group here. And we'll just parent all of our reverse bones underneath this group. So now that when we do this, we can pivot it from the parent that under the I did it backwards, sorry. Parent the bones underneath that offset group, and then parent that offset group underneath our leg. And now what we can see is we can rotate the whole foot from the foot of the ball. And that one's pretty important too to have. So we'll just call this one L foot ball pivot. We'll just call it pivot reverse. Okay. And so now what we need to do is set up connections from our foot control to control the pivots and rolls for each of these. And we're going to put those custom attributes on our foot control just so they're easy for our animators to access. And you can see on our attribute editor, we have scale values and visibility values. We don't want our animators touching any of these just because these aren't controlling anything, and changing the scale on these is just going to make this all wonky. So we're just going to highlight all those and go to lock and hide selected so they just can't set keys on those or edit them at all. So to add attributes, we just want to go to edit, add attribute. And so we're going to have to add a couple attributes here. For instance, we're going to want to do, so I tend to do these in an order that animators are probably going to use them the most often. So I'll do ball roll is probably the one they're going to use the most, and ball pivot too. So we want this to be a float, and we want our default value to be 0. And that's it. We don't want to add any other minimums or maximums because this is just a way they're going to want to, they're just going to want to be able to rotate this whole thing as much as they want. They're going to have all the control they need. So we'll just leave that as, make sure we're adding, this can be a little buggy. Like if you select something else and then try to go back, it won't really do what you want it to. Actually, see, we have rotations on here, so let's add another offset group just to keep our rotations clean. That's why I like to have 2 offset groups, is because when we plug in these controls, what we want to do is rotate this on Y. But if you see, if we rotate it on Y here, oops, this is in, if we rotate it on Y here, all the values kind of go crazy. So we want to have our offset group just be at 0, because now our rotations only stay on one channel. Sorry, on Z is what we want. Yeah, that's correct. So we'll set this back to 0. So we'll go back up to our control and say edit, add attribute, and make sure you just do it like that, because like I said, it can be kind of buggy. So we'll call this one ball underscore pivot. And like I said, just make sure it's a float and leave everything at default. And we'll do that. And we also want to do ball underscore roll and also leave it all like that. So I'm going to do that for ball pivot, ball roll, toe pivot, toe roll, and heel pivot, heel roll. Okay, so I've added all those attributes here, and you can see I kept the naming consistent. So ball pivot, ball roll, ball pivot, or toe pivot, toe roll, heel pivot, heel roll in the same order. Again, that just makes it a little more intuitive, and it'll be easier to set up. So what we're going to want to do is jump back into our node editor. And these controls will be a little more simple to set up than our IK-FK switching, because it's just going to be a one-to-one thing. So we're going to grab our control and press a little plus to add our asset here. Not the asset, I just want the control. Plus, yeah, and then we'll have to do this to open up our control. Oh, sorry, if the control is part of an asset, you just have to remove it from the asset first before you can make connections on that specific control. So we'll go to modify asset, remove from asset, and now we can go back up here and connect our control attributes to the rotations of our bones. So we'll go back to the node editor right here and clear that out. Select our leg control that has our custom attributes on it. And then we'll just open this up. And you can see all of our custom attributes are here. And so we're going to want our reverse and all of our reverse bones. So we'll just add those here. And so we can see on our top level node will be our ball pivot reverse. And what we want to do is rotate it on Z to get the pivot working, to get our pivot working. So all we're going to do is connect our ball pivot to our rotate. If you click this little plus, it'll bring up each individual rotate. So we'll do ball pivot and then rotate Z. And now if we select our control, we'll edit our ball pivot and it'll go do exactly what we want. It pivots on the ball. So then our next one is our heel. And what we need on our heel is for it to go like this and for it to pivot. So for our roll, we want to put it on X, and for our pivot, we want to put it on Z. Same thing for the toe tip reverse. Z is pivot and X is roll. And same thing with the football. X is roll and Z is pivot. Yeah, just make sure all these orientations are consistent, just to keep it easier for us to set this up, and make sure all your rotates are zeroed out, because if they're not, you're not going to get clean rotation transforms. And we just want these rotating on one axis. So I'll go through and set these up real quick. Okay, you can see I've connected all our attributes, and you can see when you connect certain types of values into rotations, it will make this unit conversion node just because it needs to take this value and convert it to a rotation value, because they're a little bit different. But that's fine. You can just ignore these. So now you can see everything's connected properly. Ball pivot does that. Ball roll does that. Toe pivot does that. Toe roll does what we want. Heel pivot does what we want, and heel roll does what we want. You can also get a little more complex with this, like you can add custom pivots around, like say you want it to roll on the sides, or maybe you want to be able to move your control from where it pivots, or you want to combine all these attributes into one attribute. Personally, I prefer to have these as discrete values. And you would need to do some math and a little more scripting to get these all into one attribute. But I like to have these as discrete values because I prefer my animators to have that extra level of control. Okay, so I think that does it for the foot setup. Yeah, just make sure this is all working with your, definitely make sure you put your control back under your asset. So go to modify asset, add to asset, and then these should all still work. Yep. Yeah, definitely make sure your switches, your IK, FK switches are still working. And I think that, see, I don't have the visibility set on the IK anymore. So I'll do that and then just go through and do the same on the right side. So I hope that all makes sense. And then we'll move on. Okay, so now that we have a really quick like first pass on our skin cluster setup, I first want to talk about, I want to get into setting up our corrective bones. Some people call them corrective bones, helper bones. There's just different names for them, but they all do the same thing. So in order to explain that, first I need to explain some concepts about skin clusters. So let's get into that. Okay, so you can see here I have 2 cylinders set up just to show off some of the different types of skin clusters we have. So if we go up to our bind skin tool and click the option box, so we have a couple different options here. We have our bind to selected joints, and I like to do, if you do selected joints, it'll just bind your geometry to the joints you have selected. Or if you do joint hierarchy, it'll bind every joint in the hierarchy, no matter which bone you have selected. And I like to do selected joints because sometimes we're going to have joints within our hierarchy that we're not going to use for our bind skeleton, for instance, our prop bones. And then for our bind method, these don't really matter all that much because you're going to be manually painting your weights afterwards. This will just give you your initial bind skin. And you can play around with these and the weight distribution just to see what initial bind you're going to get, to see what you can paint on, or you can manually paint your weights on. And definitely leave normalized weights as interactive. Having it none or post is going to cause you issues when you're painting your weights. And then for our max influences, we want to keep it at 8. Most game engines can go up to 16, but that's just too many. You're not going to need that much. So 8 is a good balance. Maintain max influences, you definitely want to leave that on. And then these other ones don't matter all too much. So what I want to show off is our different skinning methods. So we have our classic linear and our dual quaternion. And game engines can only read classic linear skinning methods. It's just the way this math works in Maya between how it calculates where the verts are influenced. So let me first show off our dual quaternion. So let's show off our dual quaternion first, because this is what you would use, say, in a film production. So if we hit apply, so now you can see if I rotate this end bone, let me turn on our wireframe. So if I rotate this end bone, you can see it follows along at the end, maintaining its volume pretty well. That's pretty much a one-to-one volume maintenance. But unfortunately for games, we can only use linear skinning. And if we do a linear skin, you can see if I rotate this now, we lose all of our volume. So that's why we need to add corrective bones to extract this twist in order to preserve our volume. And that can be pretty complex to set up depending on which area you're adding your corrective bones to. For instance, the shoulder area from the deltoid to the bicep, that's an area that moves a lot and has a lot of twist. Same with the forearm from the wrist twisting. So that's what we're going to be focusing on, is setting up the twist for that. And the setup for that can be a little complex. We need to do a little bit of math for it. So let's just jump into it, and hopefully I can explain it in a way that makes sense. Okay, so one of the primary areas we want to add twist bones is on the upper arm, because if you look at your upper arm and you twist it, you can see on her deltoid, it follows one-to-one with our rotation. And if you look at your arm in real life, you'll see that the twist in your arm is distributed evenly downward. So your deltoid doesn't really twist. It more or less stays in the same area, while the rest of your arm is what twists. So what we need to do is add a few bones down here in order to extract the twist from the upper arm and then distribute that twist evenly down our chain. So let's get right into it. This takes a little while to set up. It's a couple steps. So I'm going to be walking through it step by step. Okay, so first what we need to do is create 2 offset transform bones. And we need to use bones because they're going to be living within our hierarchy. And if you remember, for games, we need to have our whole skeleton be one single hierarchy, and everything within it needs to be joints. So these won't be used for our bind skeleton. They're just going to be used to offset our twist skeleton. So let's just make 2 joints real quick. So skeleton, create joint. And then we're going to want them one parented underneath the other. And I'm going to call this one L shoulder twist offset joint. Then I'm going to call this one L shoulder twist transform offset joint. Okay, and then what we're gonna want to do is snap that to our shoulder. So we'll do a parent snap. Now you can see we have them here, and then we're going to parent those underneath our clavicle. B. And then I'm just going to make these a little bigger on the radius so we can kind of tell what we're doing a little bit more. And definitely make sure, again, freeze your transforms and make sure they're oriented properly. Modify, freeze transformations. Okay, next what we want to do is actually create the bones we're going to be placing our twist onto. So that's just a simple hierarchy. And I'm going to use 4 bones because I feel like that typically gives us a nice amount of fall off. You can use 1 or 2 or even 10. It doesn't really matter. Just I feel like 4 is usually a good amount. So I'll make 4 bones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and parent those underneath each other as well. And then I'm going to name these L shoulder twist A bind joint because these are going to be part of our skin cluster. B, C, and D. So we're going to want to snap that to our shoulder as well. Parent snap. And remember, freeze your transforms, make sure they're all oriented properly. Yep. Modify freeze transformations. Okay, and what we're going to want to do is parent that underneath our offset bones we just made. So parent that underneath our twist offset controls. We'll put that under there. And then we'll open those up. And what we're going to want to do is have these evenly spaced along this bone. So what we can do is get the length of the bone simply by selecting the bone underneath it. And you can see our length on our translate Y is 38.223. That's how many units long this is. So all we have to do is divide that number by 4 because it's how many bones we have. And you can use like just a calculator, or you can go into your script editor and just plug in the value 38.223 and then a backslash for divide and 4. So we're going to do that. And so we see our resulting length divided by 4 is 9.5575. So I'm just going to copy that. And then, so we want our original twist A to be at the shoulder because that's going to have, we're going to extract 100% of the twist just for the deltoid. And for these, we want these evenly spaced down the chain. So we're just going to do on translate Y, we're going to plug that value in. And now you can see since each value is offset from its parent, that's why they're evenly spaced. Okay. And then we're going to also want to make a single chain IK bone from our shoulder to our elbow, because our elbow rotation is where we're going to be extracting our twist from. So let's just make another bone chain, and we'll snap that to our upper arm. Parent snap. And we'll snap the second one to our lower arm. So now you see we have our upper and lower for our IK. And I'm going to call these L shoulder twist target start joint. And these will not be a part of our bind skeleton, so we don't have to put bind in there. And I'll call this one L shoulder twist target end joint. Okay. And then we'll make a single chain solver for this. So open up our tool settings for our IK tool, and then we'll make a single chain solver there. And then we'll just name that L shoulder twist IK. We'll do L shoulder twist extract HNDL for handle. Okay, and then for the handle, we want to do is parent that underneath our let's see which one, our top level offset group. So we'll take our handle and parent that under our top level one, and then we'll take our IK chain, our twist target start and end, and parent that underneath our clavicle. So we'll take that and we'll parent this underneath our clavicle. Okay, so now under our clavicle, we have our bind upper arm. Our twist offset joints are underneath our clavicle as well. So we have our offset parents and then our actual twist bones underneath that. And then we have our extract handle under there as well. And yeah, that's what we want. And so next, what we need to do is actually get the rotation from the end of the IK and plug that into our twist bones. So this is where a little bit of math comes in. Not complicated. We just have to set up some nodes in our node editor. So let's go there. So let's grab all our bones and add them here. And we also want our target end joint of our IK. We'll bring that in. And what we need to do is get our rotates on our Y rotation. Oh, and definitely make sure that your values are zeroed out. Almost forgot to do that. Modify, freeze transforms. Now we're good. And so what we're going to want to do is extract this rotate Y and plug that into our rotate Y of our bind twist bones. So in order to extract that, we just need to press tab and find the multiply divide node. So we'll just click on that. And all this does is pretty straightforward, either multiplies or divides or does to the power of whatever you plug in. So what we want to do is plug in our rotate Y. So we want to plug it into 1x as well as, so you can see we have this unit conversion that's created and we can just do the output from here so we don't have to create a second unit conversion node because that's just a little cluttered. So we'll just break it from there. So we have rotate Y to unit conversion to input 1x and input Y. And so we're going to set our operation in the attribute editor on our multiply divide node to divide. And so the reason we have this in input X and input Y is because this first input, this is our input value, and this is the value we're going to be dividing by. And for the first one, this is input 1 on X and input 2 on X, so that'll put output X. So we're going to plug our output X into our twist A, our top level twist. And for that, we want to do a -1 so that we negate all the twist from our twist end bone. So we'll take that output X, and then if you drag it to this top level circle on here, it comes up with this little drop down. You can go to rotate, and we want rotate Y. Okay. And then for the rest of them, we want, since we have 4 bones, we want to divide that by 4 so that our twist is divided 25% each time. So then we'll take our output Y and we'll plug that into our rotate Y, and we'll do the same thing with our unit conversion node we did before. So we don't have to make extra ones. And then we'll do rotate Y, and then rotate Y. Okay. Let's see. Yep, that all looks correct to me. And let's see, if we select all our bones here and go to display, transform display, we can do local rotation axes, and this will just display the rotation axis we have just so we can see if this is working. So if we grab the twist target end bone and rotate this, it's rotating backwards. So let's see why that's happening real quick. I see. I forgot. So we didn't have it rotating properly because we need to set up a couple extra constraints. So what we need to constrain is our upper arm bind joint, select that first, and then our secondary twist offset, we need to do a parent constraint for that. And then for our elbow, we select our elbow first for our bind joint and orient constraint the twist target end for that. So we'll do constrain orient. And now you see if we rotate our top elbow control, it follows along. We look at our rotation axes, you can see it follows along. This might be a little easier to see if I create some locators and just add these here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me just add these locators here real quick, just so we can kind of see what's happening a little more clearly. It looks like I made an extra one we don't need. And then we'll just scale these on Y. Why can't I see them? Oh, I need to zero these out. There we go. And then we'll see. Oops. Sorry, just a little bit of fiddling with these values. Okay, so now if you see these locators, we can see we have an even fall off on them when we rotate these. Maybe if I just hide these a little bit. So we have a nice even fall off now. And then, but you can see now if we raise the arm, the IK doesn't follow. So all we need to do is add a point constraint on this IK to the elbow. So constrain point. And that should do it for the upper arm. You can see the elbow kind of, or the deltoid kind of moves up when you move it forward. That's okay. That's just kind of, it's not exactly anatomically correct, but it will still help us create nicer deformations than what we're having right now. You see we're losing volume here with our twist not being set up properly, with this not being skinned yet. So what we would do here is just set that back to our T-pose, and then we would select all our bind joints, and then select our geometry, and we say skin, edit influences, and we go to add influence, and we click on the little option box, and we make sure lock weights is turned on, and we'll just apply. And now these bones are a part of our skin cluster, and we can paint our weights onto there. And now we'll just do that same process on the right arm. And then we'll set up the forearm twist on the right side because our left side is rigid, so we don't need to set up our twist on there. All right, now that we've set up our twist bones for both our left and right side, we've made sure that everything is oriented correctly, named properly, everything's set up in the right way. If we just parent our shoulder pads under our twist A's, we can see a little more clearly what's going on. So if we raise up our arms like this and then twist them, we can see that the twist is distributed down the chain, so the deltoid doesn't twist at all, which is more anatomically correct, and that's what we want. And that's just going to make cleaner shapes for animators, so they don't have to worry about cleaning that up, and allows them to really push their poses a lot more without the skinning looking awkward. So that's really what we want. And you can see it's not perfect. Like these shoulder pads should technically be pointing up like this, up like that. Like that's not perfectly anatomically correct, but that's about as good as we can get with what we have. And I found this solution's a little complicated, but I found it's the most stable and gives the best results because there are other ways to approach this twist. But I've tried a lot of them, and this is the one I found produces the best results without any. See, if you push it far enough, you can see it flips a little bit. That's just how Maya handles rotations. And there isn't really anything we can do to avoid that. So that's just something our animators are going to have to be aware of. But this, like I said, this solution I found gives us the best stability in terms of flipping. You really have to like push your pose and like not paying attention to how you're rotating your arms in order to get that flipping. Because you see, I'm just kind of going nuts with my rotations like this, and animators are going to be a little more careful about how they're actually rotating on their axes. So that's just something to be aware of. So now that we have this all set up, let's go ahead and tackle the lower arm. The setup's going to be pretty similar, but it's going to be slightly different because we're going to be extracting the twist from the wrist up instead of the elbow down like we have on the shoulder. So let's get to that now. Hi, so small correction on our twist bones that I had overlooked. So since we had not had these bones oriented properly, if you remember when we set them up, because we need them to be oriented in a very specific way, so we can't have these axes oriented exactly how we would normally do it. So because that's set up like that, when we bend our elbow, we can see it's actually twisting our upper arm a bit. on this side, but if we do it on the other side where I have it set up, you see it's not twisting at all, and that's how it should behave. And so the way to work around that would be to one, create a new joint, and then we'll snap that to our elbow, and then we'll snap this joint under, or parent this joint underneath our upper arm, and then we'll find it in our outliner, and then we'll remember to freeze our transforms, and we'll orient this joint to world so it's the same orientation as the parent. Okay, and we'll call this L-arm twist orient. And then all we need to do is, instead of orient constrain our twist target end bone to our elbow, we'll orient constrain it to this new twist orient bone we've made. So you can see right now our behavior before we change anything is it's rotating the upper arm because the orientations are off on this bone. So we'll delete the orient constraint on our twist target end, and then we'll orient constrain it to our new arm twist orient with frozen transforms and the proper orientation on it. So twist target end, and then constrain orient. And now when you see that we bend this, we get the intended behavior. It doesn't bend up there that way before. I just overlooked that because typically I wouldn't have these orients not aligned properly. So this is just a case where we would need to do that, an outlier, because normally we wouldn't need to do that because we don't have that set up on our right side. Our right side is still orient constrained just to our elbow. So just minor correction on that. That's all we need to do to fix this. I just overlooked it. All right. All right, now let's jump down to our lower arm. So this is actually going to be a little more simple than our upper arm. We're actually only going to need one offset node. So let's just call that our lower arm twist offset joint. And then all we need to do is parent this underneath our bind elbow. Okay, and then we'll just zero this out. So it snaps up there. And what we want to do is make sure we're oriented the same way and freeze these transforms. Freeze transforms. All right, now we have the orientation correct. And we want to simply constrain that to our lower arm. So we'll do lower arm bind to our twist offset, and then we'll just do a parent constraint. Okay. And then the only thing we need to do next is get our actual twist bones. So we'll just copy those from our shoulder. So we'll just duplicate those and unparent them. So now I have them here, and we'll delete these two shoulder pad bones because we don't need those. And then we'll go to modify, search and replace names, and replace shoulder with elbow. Okay. And then we just want to parent that underneath our offset group. Offset. Okay. And then we'll zero those out as well. And then we'll snap this. And then what we want to do is go into all of our twist bones on our elbow and make sure, first of all, our transforms are frozen, freeze transforms, and also go into our joint orients under our attribute editor on the joint and just make sure they're all zeroed out. Because that can cause a little bit of flipping issues later. Okay. Okay, so now next we need our start and end bones, but we don't need these to be in a IK chain like we had on the shoulder. So we'll just create two joints separate from each other, 1 and 2, and we'll call this our elbow twist extract start joint, and the second one end joint. Okay, and then we want to put our end, and then we're going to want to put our twist extract end underneath our wrist. So our wrist bind. All right. And then we'll make sure those are zeroed out, frozen transforms, and oriented correctly. So there. We'll just snap this here and make sure these transforms are frozen. Freeze transforms and make sure that this is zeroed out and it's snapped here. Okay, and our transforms are frozen. And very, very important, on our twist target start, we need to change our rotation order. So if we go to select our twist target start and go to the attribute editor, we can open the rotate order right here, and we need to change it to YZX, or so we have our Y rotation isolated, and that will help avoid any flipping we get. Okay, and now what we need to do is add an orient constraint from our twist extract end to our twist extract start. So we'll select twist extract end, twist extract start, constrain, aim, and open our option box. So we need our aim vector to be -y. So these values are x, y, and z. So we need -y because that's the way the bone is oriented, and we want to orient our y axis. And then we also want our up vector to be z because that'll just help keep it consistent this way. So we'll just leave that 1 and 1. And then for our world up type, we want object rotation up, and we'll copy and paste the name of our twist extract end joint into here. And that way that will keep the rotation consistent between the two. So we'll just grab our twist extract end, twist extract start, and hit apply. Okay, and then last, what we're going to want to do is plug in those offset rotations into our actual twist bones like we had on the upper arm. So we'll go back to our node editor, Windows node editor, clear that. And then we want our twist A to not have any rotations on it. So we'll just leave that how that is, and we'll just grab the bottom ones. And then we're going to take it from our twist extract start bone and add that. And then we want another multiply divide. We'll grab all these, and then we'll plug in our Y rotation into our input 1x, and then multiply divide, and then remember make sure to switch this to divide, and we have 4 bones, so we'll do 4, and then we'll do our output x into our rotate y. And then we'll do the same unit conversion thing we did before. Rotate Y and rotate Y. So for wrists, I like to have an extra bone down where the wrist actually is. So that way we can actually extract the wrist twist from the up and down and side to side, because that's just going to help with our volume preservation a little bit more. So I'm going to make another bone here. And I'm going to parent snap it there, and then parent this underneath there, and just call this twist E, and okay. And we'll go back to the node editor, and so now we have 5 bones. So I'm going to change the amount we're dividing by 5, and then plug in that unit conversion into our twist E. Twist E, rotate Y. All right. And now if we show our local rotation axes on our twist bones, we should be able to see that these are twisting. Yep, perfect. It's exactly what we want to see. Excellent. All right, so that does it for the forearm twist and the upper arm twist. Hopefully I went over that pretty fast, so hopefully it makes sense. You might have to watch that a couple times. There is a pretty good YouTube video where I learned this technique from by Alexander, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Courrier. He has a pretty good breakdown of how this system works. That's how I learned how to do this. and that's just on YouTube. So you can find that there if you need a little more explanation on how to set this up. Okay, and now let's move on to some of the more fun stuff that I like to add to my rigs. Okay, so what we have so far, if we cleaned it up a little bit and just did a couple more polished passes on our skidding, would more or less be a production-ready rig. But for me, like, this is a pretty basic rig. There's not too much going on with it. It's just a simple bipedal rig. But we can add some cool stuff to help make our animators' workflow a lot easier. Like I said early on in the video, we want these rigs to be really intuitive and for our animators not to have to think about, for instance, how are they going to attach the sword to the hand or to the hilt. We don't want them to have to manually animate this necklace, for instance. We don't want them to have to manually animate these shoulder pads. So there's a few things we can do to just make this rig a little more professional, give it some more advanced controls, and just make it look a little nicer too. So first off, just in terms of aesthetics, I've just been using simple NURBS curves and NURBS circles and boxes just for simplicity's sake. But a cool thing you can do is actually, one, make your own custom controls. So I'll just show that off real quick. Let's just hide all these. And so let's say we just want to make like a ball. So if we go to create NURBS primitives circle, okay, and then we'll just duplicate it and rotate it. And then we'll freeze these transforms. So we have these two circles and we want to just, let's make a third one too. It'll look a little nicer. So we have these circles that kind of make a ball. And what we want to do is just be able to select it and for it to be one control. So we have like a nicer shape, a more custom shape we can use. And like that's going to make your rigs look a little more professional, is to have custom shapes on them. So if we so these top level nodes we have right here are just the transform nodes. That's why we have all these transform values on these nodes we have selected. But if we go to display shapes and open this in our outliner, we can see here's our NURB circle with our transform node, which is basically just a group. And then here's our actual shape, which houses our like actual construction data, like how many CVs there are, like the radius and stuff like that. So we can move it around and do whatever we want to it. And if we go to control vertex, we can edit it. So what we want to do is get all these shapes underneath one transform node. So that way, when we pick the top transform node, it selects all the shapes at once. And we can't just drag these into here because it's just, I guess we can, yeah, because it's gonna drag in our transform nodes as well. And we don't want multiple transform nodes in here because that's just gonna create like an FK hierarchy basically. And that's not what we want. That's like, that's just kind of confusing. So what we need to do is just do a little simple scripting. Come on, let's just do this. Just a little simple scripting line. So if we, down here, we have a little input bar that we can either input Python or Mel script. And for this Mel script is a little easier. So what we want to do is type in parent -r. I believe that stands for replace. I don't really remember, but it doesn't matter too much to know what it is. And then -s, but I know the S stands for shape. So what we're doing is parenting just the shape nodes under the last thing we have selected. So if we turn on our display again, shapes, and select each shape node, and then select the NURBS circle transform node last, and just press enter on your keypad to execute it. Now all of our shape nodes live directly underneath this one transform node. So if we turn display shapes off, then this is now one curve, one control we can select. So that's just a way to make your own custom curves. You can also, if you go to create, where is it? curve tools, you can make your own curves here, and like manually draw curves and do the same thing. Another really cool thing you can do to create custom curves is if we look at the geo we have, let's say we want to have a custom control that is the same shape as, say, this piece of the necklace. We can just highlight this necklace and select our edges. It has to be one contiguous edge, so we'll just select our edges. Maybe we can do this one. Yeah, we'll just select these edges here around the shape like this. And yeah, okay. And then we'll just go up to modify, convert polygon edges to curve. And now what we have is a NURBS curve. Oops, looks like I forgot one of the edges. Okay, and we'll go to modify, convert polygon edges to curve. And now we have a NURBS curve that is the same shape as the edge we selected, which is really cool. That can make a like a really nice professional looking controls. And like you can model out, it's a little easier to model out, say, like a polygon primitive and then convert the edges to curves to create your own custom control that way. But you can see here in the inputs, we do have this polygon edge to curve history. And again, having that history on is going to cause some issues when setting up our controls and stuff, especially if this is skinned. So we just want to make sure modify, edit, delete by type history. We just want to make sure we're deleting the history on that. And go to modify center pivot. So now we have a custom curve control we can use that's a custom shape based solely on the geometry. And it looks pretty cool. I haven't really seen too many character rigs do that. So I just think that's a cool thing to do. And now let's move on to some of the little extra controls we can give our animators to make their lives a little easier. So something a production professional character rig should absolutely have is something called a space switcher. And what a space switcher does is essentially allow our animators to change the parent of whatever control we have set up to have the space switcher so that it will follow different objects. So let's say, for instance, we need this sword to follow the right hand, the left hand, and say the scabbard. So we're going to set up a space switcher on that for the animators to easily switch those parents. So it's best to do it in the order that it'll probably use most often in. So we'll set it up for the dagger. So the dagger will usually be in the hilt. So we'll put it there, and then we'll grab the right prop control because the character will most likely grab the sword from their right hand most often, and then we'll do the left prop control. So we'll just select those in order: hilt, right prop control, left prop control. And then remember we have those secondary offset nodes, those SDK ones. So we're going to go to our knife control and select our knife SDK. And then all we need to do is a constrain parent and just do maintain offset and do translate and rotate on all axes. All right. And so now if we look at our knife SDK node, if we look in the channel box, we can see we have 3 different controls driving our knife. So if we say move this, it's the same as how we set up our IK-FK switch. Those controls are driving this constraint. So they're going to be averaged out between all these controls. So it's basically the same thing we did with the IK-FK switch. We just need a way to switch between these constraints. So what we're going to want to do is add a custom attribute to our sword hilt, because that just makes sense where we want to put our space on. So we'll go to we'll select our sword control, and we'll go to edit, add attribute. And for this, what we want to use is an enumerator. And an enumerator will give us a list of options to switch between. So our first one, we want to, if we go here and select our enum names, we can change these names. So our first one, we want to be, let's say, knife hilt. Okay, and then we'll select the next one, and we want that to be our prop. And then if you select under the that, there's like a little invisible one, and we can say L prop. All right, and then we'll just say add. Oh, sorry, we have to actually change the name. So we'll just say space switch. Okay. All right, and now we have our space switch node right here. So knife hilt, we can switch it to our prop, and we can switch it to L prop. So we'll go to knife hilt, because that's the first one we want. And for this, we actually are probably going to use a set-driven key. There's a couple different ways to set up this connection. Like you can do a condition node in the node editor, but it's a little, you got to think a little too much to do that. So let's just show off how to use the set-driven key editor. So if we go to, let's see, edit, set, if we go in the channel box to edit set-driven key, it brings up this box. And so we have a place for the driver and the driven. So we want our driver to be our space switch. So we'll say load driver because we have our knife control selected. So we'll say load driver. So now we have our knife control node here, and this has all the attributes on the right side. And we want our space switch to be the attribute that's driving our control. So then we'll select the parent constraint, and that's what we want to have driven. So we'll click down here, load driven. And then we have at the bottom, we have all of our weights for our parent constraint. So what we're going to do is set on our parent constraint control, we're going to set all these to 0, and we're going to go to our space switch, and we're going to set this to knife hilt. And so we want our knife hilt to have our scabbard be at weight 1 and the other two to be at weight 0. So when we have knife hilt selected, it's only being driven by the knife hilt. So we'll select our space switch, and then we'll select our knife scabbard with those two values set, and we'll say key. And now you'll see a little blue box comes up, and that means we have a set-driven key set on that. So we're going to do that for the next two. If we go to our prop, and then we go back to our parent constraint, and we set our knife scabbard control to 0 and our right prop to 1, and then make sure these are set properly. Our prop, and then set key. Let's set a key on all of them, sorry. Yeah, make sure you're setting a key on all of them, otherwise they won't update. So I have to actually go back and switch this back here and go back here. And yeah, make sure this is set to 0 when you have it on hilt. Yeah, that's important. Make sure you're setting it on all of them, key. So now when we go here, we have knife hilt selected, and if we select the parent constraint, yep, that's what we want. Knife hilt is on 1. And if we go back to our prop, and we go back here, yep, that's what we want. And then we'll do it one more time for our left prop. So left prop, and then go back here, and then we'll do 0 on the first two, and then 1 on the last one, and we'll say key. And so you can add as many spaces as you want to this, and it'll just help our animators just be, so right now we have it set to, what do we have it set to? We have it set to the left prop. So if we select our left prop control, now it follows along 1-to-1 with our left prop. And if we have our, have it set to our knife hilt, then it will follow along 1-to-1 with our hilt. And if we have it set to right prop, then it will follow 1-to-1 with our knife prop. So that's really important to have on your rigs, especially if they have like props and stuff. I also usually add it to my IK controls. So I'll have different spaces on my IK hands for, say, my cog, my chest, my shoulder, and the world space, so that it's not constrained to anything. It just behaves normally like it would. Because right now it's parented underneath our cog, and we don't always want that. So that's a really important thing to have for your rigs. A space switcher is like a basic advanced, like like a fundamental advanced concept to have in your rigs. It's just going to help out with production and workflow a lot. So you definitely want to have space switchers where it makes sense to have them. Okay, so now let's get to attaching these swords to her geometry. So what we could do is just parent this under, say, her cog control, and you'll see it'll follow along. But to me, that looks a little unnatural. It's a little um, too robotic. So what we can do is let's say, go to our constraint, and Maya has a new constraint in 2020 called a proximity pin. And this used to be a huge pain to set up, but now having this proximity pin, it makes this process much easier. So for our settings, we want our input to be matrix, our output to be a new locator, so that'll generate a new locator for us. For mode, we want UV, and this is just the UV it's going to be using from this geometry, and our normal axis and tangent axis aren't all that important, and we're going to want to maintain offset on. So what we're going to do first is select our geometry, and then select the control we want to constrain, and just hit apply. And now it creates this pin output node, and you can see now it's where our control was. And if we scale this up, now it's actually attached with a relative offset to our geometry. So if we just select our controls, our geo, and our locator, you can see now it doesn't matter which control we rotate, it will follow along with the geometry. And that's something we didn't have before when we just parented it under one control. It would only follow this one control. It wouldn't follow the geometry specifically. So now all we need to do is add this pin output to our space switcher. So we'll just call this hip pin sword scabbard. And then all we'll have to do is, so what's cool about setting up your your space switchers, for constraints, you can just add more spaces to your constraint just by going to selecting what you want to add, and then select your what you're adding your constraint to, and just go to constrain parent, and then it'll just add that to the list of things you have here. So it doesn't make a new node, it just adds it here, which is really useful, because then we can just keep adding spaces after the fact whenever we want. So let's just set that space. So I made a space for hip. Go to edit, set driven key. We want load driver and load driven. We want to do all of these. And we want to make sure that these are all keyed on here. Key. Key. Yeah, when we have hip selected, we want hip to be 0, 1, key. Okay, and then we'll just make sure everything else is set properly. 0, key, prop, key, prop, key. Okay, and now when we switch this to our hip, you can see that no matter what control we have, we move, it'll follow our geometry, which is just a lot more, and you can see it follows a little more naturally, like attached to the geometry itself, which is, I think, just makes it look a little nicer. Yeah, so it doesn't matter which control we move, they all affect it. So Yeah, I'll do that for the knife as well. And I think like I just like setting it up this way because like I said, it just moves a little more naturally. And I think my feet are even connected to this. No, they're not connected up there. That's okay. And it doesn't matter which control it's parented under, it will behave appropriately, which is nice. Okay, so now I want to do something a little cool with these swords. So if we take a look at them, if we just pull, you can see they're curved. So if we just pull them out straight on the way they're oriented, it just clips right through the scabbard. And we don't want that because the animators are just going to have like a hard time dealing with that. This is going to be one of those things that an animator won't notice that you did, but it will make their lives so much easier. So we're just going to we'll start with our knife, and we're going to do the motion path setup again. So we're going to just select our edge, and since this is the exact curve we want to pull our sword out along, we're just going to select the edge of the top, and we're going to go to modify, convert polygon edges to curve, and then we definitely want to make sure we're deleting our history on that. And we also want to create a locator. And then we're going to simply do a constrain to motion path from our curve to our locator. And we'll just name these so we know what we're doing. So we'll call this one knife unsheath locator. Oops. LOC for locator. And we'll call this one knife unsheath CRV for curve. Okay, and if we look at our locator again in the channel box, there's the input for the motion path constraint right here. And if we remember, this is keyed by default, so it will animate along our curve. So we don't want it keyed because we want to control that on our own. And you can see right now too, this value is just kind of a random value. We want this to be 0 to 1. So if we go into our attribute editor, underneath our motion path tab, we can just turn this parametric length box off. So now our value will be 0 to 1. Okay, and now before we do anything, we definitely want to make sure our value is at 0. So next what we're going to do is just take our locator and constrain it to our SDK for our space. So this will be our sheath, our scabbard space. So we'll just constrain that, constrain parent. And so now what we can do is you'll see I made an attribute right here called unsheath, and we'll just connect that attribute to this U value on our motion path. So if we go to our node editor, clear that, and we'll do inputs and outputs for our locator so we can find our motion path constraint right here. And then we'll hide everything and just add that back. And then we want our knife control again, and add that back. And so if we open this up, you can see we have our unsheath right there, and we want to plug this into our U value. All right. So now you see if we just animate this value, it pulls out along the curve we want. So perfect. Now that's a lot better, a lot nicer for our animators. They don't have to worry about pulling it out straight and it clipping through. And so now I'm going to do a similar setup to the sword, but there's one thing we have to do just because the length of it is so much longer. Oh, one thing I almost forgot to cover is, so we want this unsheathing to follow the scabbard. So all we need to do is constrain our scabbard control to the unsheath curve. So we'll just do constrain parent, and then we'll just group these two and just call them knife unsheath rig. So it's a little more organized, and now this will follow along. And we can also do the now we can also do the unsheath. So perfect. And then when we want later, we can just add more spaces to this just by selecting, say, the cog and selecting this, or sorry, selecting the offset and doing constrain parent. And then now that parent's under our parent constraint, and we can set up our set-driven keys that way. So I'm going to set up the sword in a similar way, and then I'll show you a little trick we need to do because it's a little bit longer. Okay, so I've set up our sword the same way we did the knife. So now when we unsheath it, it pulls out. We have the rig group with our curve and our unsheath locator that it's being driven by. So the main thing about this is just because the sword is so long, once we go all the way to as far as the curve extends, if we try to pull it out a little bit more, because there's still a little bit left in there, you can see it clips just a little bit. Just a tad. And I don't like that. So what we can do is, let's delete this constraint for now. All we need to do is add another locator underneath our locator that's being driven by the motion path. And we'll call this just sword unsheath, and we'll call this sword unsheath motion. Again, naming conventions don't matter much. We just need to know just be clear about what things are. And so now what we should do is take the locator we have underneath and add that as our space. So we'll do a constraint parent there. And so now, since this is oriented the same way as our locator that's on top, or our locator that's attached to the motion path, what we can see is if we drive our take our sheath value all the way to 1 as far as it extends, and then we'll grab the locator we made underneath that, and then pull that out from there. It's the same orientation as our motion path locator, so it comes out without clipping. So all we need to do is when we're using our unsheath attribute, we also need it to drive the translate X of this. So we'll just use a set-driven key for that. So the first thing we need to do is just look at our values here and see, okay, how far do we need to pull this out in order for it to come all the way out? Looks like about -9.5, so let's just call it -10 to keep it simple for ourselves. And so we'll just go to our set-driven key again. So we'll go edit on our attribute, on our channel blocks, we'll go to edit, load driver for our sword control, and we want our unsheath attribute. And then we'll select our sword unsheath locator that we've duplicated, and we'll say load driven, and we just want our translate X. So when our unsheath is at 1, we want our translate X on our unsheath locator to be -10. So we'll just select our translate X and our unsheath and just set key. And now it's blue, so we know our key's on there. And then we'll go back to our sword control and set this to 0. And then we'll also select our translate X on our unsheath and also set that to 0. And then that key. And now when we pull out our unsheath, which should be, yep, there we go. And that's the only thing we had to add, is that right there. You'll see, oops, you'll see, perfect. So that's exactly what we want. And now those are done, and we can place these two knife draw rigs underneath our rig do not touch group, just so everything's still a little organized. So that's it for the knives. Just adding stuff to help make these deform in a bit more natural way for our animators to have easier access to these controls. Yeah, so now we'll move on to setting up her necklace, because I mentioned I want to set that up a specific way earlier. Now let's move on to setting up her necklace. So if we wanted to keep it simple, we could just do a FK chain just by selecting her necklace piece right here and just parenting it under her clavicle control. We got to make sure our actual bind bone is constrained. Yeah. And this works fine. It's not too bad, but it's a little inconsistent with the orientation of our T-pose. So I'm going to do the same thing we did
with our swords by using that UV pin constraint. So let's undo that parent we had. And make sure this is still constrained. And then we'll just select our geometry and then select our control and go to constrain proximity pin. And make sure our input is matrix, our output is new locator, our mode is UV, and this doesn't matter all too much. So we'll hit apply, and now we have our new locator right there where we want it. And we'll say, we'll rename this to L, necklace, shoulder, pin lobe. And then all we need to do is find our offset nodes for our control locator, for our control for the necklace, and then just parent constrain that to our SDK. So we'll just go to constrain parent, and now it follows along a little more consistently than we want. So yeah, you can see it kind of rotates a little bit more with the geometry, and that's what we want. Okay, and now I'm going to do that for the right side and the back as well. Okay, so I got those working properly with our proximity pin constraint offsets. Perfect. And I want to set up these front ones a little differently, because if we were to just parent this, say, under our chest control, and like say we wanted to raise the shoulder up, like this should follow along because they're attached, and we don't want our animators to have to manually animate this, because it'll just cost them a lot of time and be really difficult to do. So I'm going to set these up with a single chain IK, so that way it will follow the shoulder piece of the necklace. So let's do that. So let's first of all go to our front view and create two joints in an FK chain like that. And actually, before we do that, what we need to do is change the position of this joint so it's up here, because that's where we want it to pivot from. Otherwise, when we rotate this, you see it's going to clip through her torso. So we could just go here and say skeleton or skin, move skin joints tool like this, and it'll allow us to change the pivot of the joint even when it's skinned. And now you can see if we pivot it from here, it's a little better. But I also want to change the orientation of this and fix the orientation of the control. So I'm just going to unbind these for now, because you can't fix the orientation of a bone after it's skinned. That's the one limitation we have when it comes to changing bones after we skinned it. So I'm going to detach this skin, unbind these two pieces. So I'll go to skin, unbind skin, and then all I want to do is grab these and grab that. And what I want to do is have this pointed directly here. And remember, our orientation should be Z down this way and Y up this way, because that's how we have these oriented. So we'll just grab the pendant, because that's where we want it to aim to, and our bone, and we'll go to constrain aim, and we want our aim vector to be positive Z. So remember, these are X, Y, and Z, and we want our up vector to be Y, so we'll put that under 1, 1, and we just want this to be, this doesn't matter too much because we can just rotate it afterwards, so we'll just call it scene up, and we'll hit apply, and now let's see what so we'll just rotate this after we delete our constraint. So go here and go here. We'll just delete this aim constraint underneath it. And then we'll just rotate it on Z so we have it Y pointing this way. Okay. And then what we want to do is make sure our transforms are frozen. Freeze transforms. Okay. And let's take our IK bones we're going to be using and make sure we snap it there. So we'll snap the top one to where we want our pivot to be, and we'll snap the bottom one to where we want to the pendant, because that's where we're going to be raising it from. Okay. And now what we want to do is create a single chain IK between these two. So we'll go to skeleton, create IK handle, open the option box, and make sure single chain solver is selected. And then just select these two. Okay. And you can see I've already made a control right here for the pendant. So we'll just place our IK handle underneath this control. And before we do that, we'll rename it. So we'll call this necklace follow IK HNDL. And we'll just parent that underneath our control. And now when we move this, you can see our IK bones follow. And then what we want to do is make sure these are renamed. So we'll call this L necklace front follow IK joint. And we'll call this L necklace front follow. Oh, oops. Sorry, I accidentally deleted my entire, copied my entire scene. Okay, so we just want to rename this second bone in our hierarchy to L necklace front IK pens. All right, and now we have our two IKs underneath our control, and our IK follows. And then what we want to do is make sure our control is oriented properly to our bone. So I'll fix that right now. Okay, so I just parent snapped our control to the bone. So now our pivots are in the same place as our bone. And what we're going to want to do is make sure that our bind bone is, we need to make sure that's constrained to our control. So let's go to the constrain parent and make sure our bind bone is actually bound to our geometry. So we'll just go to skin. Let's not do this one right now. So we'll just go to skin, bind skin. And then all we need to do is constrain our necklace follow IK joint from our top bone in our IK chain and constrain that to our necklace front offset node. And we'll do constrain parent, or yeah, constrain parent. And now when we see we raise this up, our necklace will follow. And then we're going to do another UV offset constraint on our we can do it on our control again. So we'll do a constrain proximity pin and make sure we are grabbing our geometry, and we'll do our control again and hit apply and make sure our input is matrix, our output's new locator, mode is UV. And for now, our normal axis and tangent axis don't matter too much. So we'll call this necklace front IK pin loc. And we'll call it L necklace front because we're going to do it on the right side as well. All right, and then we're going to constrain our follow IK to that. So we'll select our new pin locator we just made and constrain our top level follow IK to that. And we'll do a constrain parent. And now you can see when we raise up our shoulder, it follows along. And that's exactly what we want. That looks a lot nicer. It makes more sense. It's easier for our animators. And if we want to move our pin, like say we want to have it sway back and forth, now we can make it sway back and forth and the top is still attached up here. We can also say maybe pin it to this one. I haven't tried that before. So let's try making a UV pin constrained to this one. So we'll select this and then our control and then constrain proximity pin. And then we'll constrain this to this again. And we'll do constrain parent. So now let's see how that works. Yeah, that looks better. Now we're clipping even less. See, when we pull it down enough, it does go down. So we'll bring that up again. Actually, you can't even move your clavicle down that much, so it's fine. Follow controls really helps with an animator's workflow. And this is the kind of stuff you want to be adding in a production because it just speeds everything up so much and it looks so much nicer. I see a lot of professional rigs even that don't have stuff like this. And this, like adding stuff like this is really gonna make your rig stand out. So after that, let's set up a similar situation for her shoulder pads. And I think that should be it for her secondary props and stuff after we set up the shoulder pads. So I'll duplicate the same IK chain system for the right side and then we'll move on to the shoulders.
All right, so now I have all my necklace controls set up. So now when we raise these up, everything follows along in a way that's really natural and makes sense. Unfortunately, when we move this pendant, since these are a consistent hard surface objects, they're not going to follow along 100%, like there's going to be a gap. And that's something you can fix with either making these stretchy bones, which I don't have the time to go over, or just skinning the ends to here, but you're still going to get stretching when you look at, say, your textures. You'll get a little bit of stretching. That's just something, animators are going to have to be aware of when they're animating something like this. Like I said, a couple different solutions for this, but you just don't have time to show those off. But you can just be cognizant of that when you're animating. And so next I want to show off the shoulder pads, because we can get these to behave in a way that can be pretty cool, where they kind of operate separately as plates and slide under and over each other in also a pretty natural way. So we're going to do a similar thing we did when we set up the initial front plates on our necklace. So what we want to do is, first of all, let's just unbind these, because we do want to move our bones again into a pivot that makes sense. So we'll just go to skin, unbind skin. Oops, I had not in T-pose. So we'll go to skin, unbind skin. And then what we're going to want to do is just move this pivot, move this joint to about where this would pivot. So let's say about there, around there. Just kind of line it up with the shoulder a little bit. Okay, and we should also orient this. And since this is not really oriented to anything, let's try if we orient it in world space. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, we'll just keep this oriented to world space. And then for this one, we want to move our pivot a little bit, not in quite the exact same spot. So we kind of have to guess where the actual end of this would be in real life if this were actually constructed, where this would pivot from. So I'm going to say about there, just because we don't have this fully modeled out. We're going to have to do just a little bit of guesswork there. So let's raise it up just a little bit and put it maybe about there. Yeah, that's okay for now. And then we'll orient that to world as well, and make sure both these transforms are frozen. So modify freeze transforms. And then we're going to make our IK handles again. So what we're going to do is create a single chain IK handle from here to about here, because that's where we want it raising up from. So we'll do that real quick. So we'll go to skeleton, create joints, 1, 2, and we'll snap it to our first one, parent snap, and we'll just move this one to a place that makes some relative sense. So we'll say about here, because we want it rotating it over this bottom plate. We don't want them intersecting, so let's make it a little bit higher. And then we'll orient these with Y down the chain and Z forward, just so everything is, freeze your transforms. Okay, and like that. Or actually, we had it parent snap, so we don't need to orient it, because it's oriented this way. Actually, you know what? I think it makes more sense to keep these oriented properly. So we'll go to skeleton, orient joints, YZ, and like that. Yeah, because we want this to be oriented like that, since we're not going directly down the chain. Okay, and then let's call this L shoulder pad IK shoulder pad start IK joint, and shoulder pad end IK joint. And then let's just make a single chain IK for that. So skeleton, create IK handle, single chain, and do that. And we'll call this L shoulder pad IK HNDL for handle. And then what we're going to want to do is constrain this to our shoulder twist B, because we want to have it rotate just a little bit, just to follow, just so this rotates just a little bit like that back and forth when we're animating it. It'll give it just a little bit more believability. So let's just let's bind this first of all, so we can see what we're doing. So yeah, so now we have it bound like that. So now we're pivoting it from the proper position. And then let's create a control for that, so we can parent our IK bones to that control. So we'll just do create, here's primitives, circle. And creating controls for these secondary things to follow will also help our animators, because sometimes, like for the necklace, they're going to need to correct this if it eventually does clip through. So again, we want our animators to have that extra level of control while still allowing these automatic controls to give them like 80-90% of what they need without having to manually control all that. So we'll just snap this. Let's hide this for now. We'll just snap this here. Snap. Okay. Now we have that there. You know what? I'm going to change the orientation of this just a little bit, because it doesn't really, this orientation doesn't make sense to me. If I were to animate it, I would want it to be pointing more this way. So I'm going to unbind this and then just change my orientation so it's a little more like that. See, that makes more sense in terms of how I would want to animate it. So freeze these transforms. And then we're going to snap this control back here. So now it's oriented properly, and we're going to constrain our bind bone to that. We'll do constrain parent, and then we'll add our skin cluster back, and then we'll do skin bind skin. And now we just want to make our circle a little bit bigger. So we'll just call this maybe 15. That's too big. 10. 8. Okay, 8's good. And so now this should be controlling our skeleton. Yep. And so what we want to do is take our start IK joint and just constrain that to our SDK again. And we'll just do constrain parent. And then what we want to, so now we'll see if we move our IK handle, this follows. And then what we want to do is simply constrain our IK handle to our twist bone B. So we'll select our twist bone B and select our IK handle and do constrain parent. And now when we raise up our arm, it follows along. It's not perfect right now. We can do a little bit to clean that up. Let me switch this to FK so we can do this a little more easily. You can see it's a little, let's do a point constraint instead of an orient constraint. And that will make it so that we aren't getting as much twisting. So let's try a point constraint, point. And let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks better. Point constraint works better. And then we'll do the same thing for our lower shoulder pad. So let me just rename this real quick. L shoulder pad offset. L shoulder pad, I spelled this wrong. SDK and control. Let me just fix this real quick. And we also want to make sure we're parenting our upper IK bone underneath. For this one, I am just going to do a constraint to our clavicle because to me, like, we don't need to do that offset bone. You know what? I am going to do the offset we had before when we set this stuff up. So I'm going to select our bind bone, select our geometry first, then our bind bone, and go to constrain proximity pin. Make sure our settings are correct. Then we have that there. And then I'm going to constrain our pin output to our start IK joint. I'll do a constrain parent. And now when we raise this up, it should follow along. Yep. See, that looks good. And now we can move this around and see, that makes sense. And now you can see when we move it over here, if we start to clip, and you can see it doesn't, since we have it bound to just our rotate B, our twist rotate B, it doesn't twist. It stays up like it should, like, because that's more anatomically correct. It makes more sense with how the armor is constructed. So that looks perfect. And let's just rename this. So we'll call this L shoulder pad pin loc. And let's just group all these. And we'll call this shoulder pad rig group. And we want to parent this underneath our clavicle. And it'll still be driven by that pin output because constraints override any FK hierarchies. So it's not going to be driven by our clavicle control. It's still being driven by our pin offset node. And now we'll do the same thing for the bottom one. So we'll create, let's make sure this is oriented in a way that makes sense. I am going to orient it a little more this way. Yeah, that makes a little more sense. Modify, freeze transforms. We'll go to front view and create 2 more skeletons. All right. And then we'll just snap these here. And we'll just move this in a place that makes sense for us. Right around there, I think looks good. Okay. And then we'll make sure these are oriented. Skeleton. Make sure our transforms are frozen first. Freeze transforms, skeleton, orient joints. YZZ, apply, and make sure this one's oriented to world. Okay, and those are oriented correctly. And we'll call this L shoulder pad. I did it again. L shoulder pad lower offset, or offset L shoulder pad lower IK. Getting ahead of myself. Joint. IK. We'll call this shoulder pad lower IK. Start IK, and this one end IK. All right, and then we'll just make a single chain IK for that. So skeleton, create IK handle, single chain. All right, and then we'll call this one L shoulder pad lower IK HDNL. All right, and then again, we're just going to point constrain it to our twist B. So we'll do select our twist B, select our handle, and then do a constrain point. And we'll also do the offset for our, let's make our control first, sorry. Create there's primitive circle, group it twice, parent the offset node, parent snap the offset node, and then we'll make our control a little bit bigger by changing the radius size. And I'm also going to move it down just a little bit by moving our center Y. And you can change the orientation with your normal. This is on our inputs under our control, the shape node. So we can change these there. All right, and that looks good. So let's rename these L shoulder pad lower offset SDK and control. Okay. And then what we're going to want to do is, again, do our offset, pin offset for our control. So we'll select our geometry and then our control and do a constrain proximity pin. Again, make sure inputs matrix, outputs locator, mode UV, etc. Otherwise, you'll get, if you don't have those exact settings, it's just not going to work properly. Okay, and then we'll constrain our top one, our top IK bone to our pin output we just created. And we'll just do a constrain parent. And then let me just hide these real quick. We'll call these shoulder pad lower. I keep capitalizing that A. Shoulder pad lower rig group. Let me just hide these so we can make sure this is constrained. This is bound to our skin cluster now. All right. I accidentally put our controls in there. And now I believe when we raise our arm up, this should follow along. Yeah, and you can see now that this is sliding underneath it in a way that makes sense with how this would be constructed. And if we twist it, we don't get it. We can, let's see, we can add, so if we do parent constraints instead of orient constraints, it will give us a little bit more twist because you can see a point constraint isn't really giving us any twist on these. So what we can do is try to do a point constraint on this one for our on our IK handle, or a parent constraint for this, just to see if we can get a little more twist in there. So we'll select our twist B, select our lower IK handle, and do a constrain parent, and we'll see what happens when we do twist. It's still not giving us too much. Let's see here. Yeah, maybe if we change it down to our twist C, or even we can even constrain it to both to get a little bit of a average between the two. So we'll do a constraint parent. We'll see this. Still not really getting any. We're getting a little bit. You can see, yeah, you can see here we're getting a little bit of twist, but not too much. Which I think is fine. Yeah, we'll do it to C. Yeah, that looks a little more natural. Yeah, we'll leave it like that, and then we'll leave the top one. You know what? We'll do a parent constraint on the top one as well. I think that'll look okay. We'll go back and do the top one with a parent constraint on our IK handle. Sorry. Let's try it on B again. Constraint parent. Let's see how this looks now. Yeah. Still not thrilled about how this is twisting, but you know, you can play around with a pivot to see, like, maybe I want to move the pivot a little bit forward on this. Maybe I have it too far back here. If I move it here, it'll pivot from a slightly different position, and maybe this won't be clipping as much. Or our animators can just, since we gave them those extra controls, can just kind of move them up where need be. So it's up to you if you want to kind of play around with that pivot, or just leave it up to your animators to correct those little areas where they're clipping. So you can see now to play around with that pivot, or just leave it up to your animators to correct those little areas where they're clipping. So you can see now they're kind of, yeah, you can see over here that doesn't look great. So personally, I would go in and fix up these pivots, because I don't really like where that is, because then I would have to go in and manually animate these. And I don't like that, because now we have to go back and we're like correcting these and doing a lot of inverse animation. And that just is really annoying to do when you're animating. So you know what, maybe I will go back to a point constraint for the top one. That might be better. So let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks better to me. I'll leave it as a point constraint. So yeah, it's just playing around with that, seeing which types of constraints look better, seeing where, like, constraining it to which twist bone looks better. Again, there's a couple different solutions for this. Like, you can use an aim constraint, but I find aim constraints flip a lot. So I typically don't use those. I prefer to use single chain IKs for situations like this. They just don't really flip at all. You can see I'm pushing this like a ton, and it's not flipping. Like, I rotate Z almost on 800 and it doesn't flip. If I were to use an aim constraint, it would probably be flipping. So single chain IKs are just a lot more stable when it comes to areas like this. And yeah, you can see it. These are going up and pivoting in a way that makes sense with how they're constructed. Yeah, I think maybe this is still rotating too much. And we can control how much that's rotating by, like I said, averaging out the B and C. So let's see how that looks on our IK handle. So if we constrain this to both B and C, and can do a parent constraint there. Let's see if that looks okay. It's still twisting a lot. Maybe I do want to go back to just a point constraint for this. Like I said, there's different solutions to this. So I think this is a cool one because it just gives you this nice like the one underneath is sliding underneath it, which looks pretty cool. It just gives it a nice it just helps with like communicating how this would be constructed because it's two separate pieces. So I think that does it for all of her secondary controls and secondary accessories and pieces. We've covered space switching, our IK and FK switching, our hybrid IK and FK spines, setting up our automatic controls. And so now we're just going to do a little final cleanup before we say this is all ready. I'm going to do another skinning pass on this, and then we're going to talk. We almost forgot to go over her skirt. So then we'll talk a little bit about how to set up her skirt. There's a couple different approaches we can do there, and I'll go over a few of them. So I'm going to do another skinning pass on this. Then we're going to walk through cleaning up all our controls and setting this up so it's like not cluttered for animators, so we only have a few things they need to look at that are important for them. And then, yeah, we'll just move on from there. Okay, so I've done another quick skinning pass on our mesh now that we have more stuff set up. And you can see I adjusted my pivots on my shoulder pads because I just felt that having both pivots closer to the top of her shoulder and then having the end of both IKs down here and both parent constrained to her B twist. That gave me some better results than what I had before. So like I said, just playing around with that to see what looks good is what you want to do. Just find the pivots you like and the endpoints you like and where you want to constrain them to. And so now let's move on to her skirt. So for her skirt, let's just go into a shaded view or texture view. For her skirt, we can just do a simple bind skin to her bind skeleton, and then just copy our skin weights from our body. So if we just select our, if we just do, I already skinned it. So if we just do select our hierarchy of all our bind bones and go to skin, bind skin, and if we select both of these pieces of geo, the last piece of geo we select, we can go to skin, copy skin weights, and then I'll copy the skin weights from both pieces of geos to our last selected one. And we can do that, and it'll give us a decent place to start. That'll just have it skinned more or less to how we have our body skinned. And you see we still have to go in and clean some of these areas up. If I undo a bit, you can see, I think I already did that. Oh well. Yeah, so we would just go in and clean some of that up just a bit to clean up our skinning. Or we can do a similar thing we did for the spine, which is make bone chains and then skin, attach those ribbons to it, and then skin those ribbons to our legs. Copy the skin weights how we did originally to those NURBS planes. And then we'll attach bones onto that, and that way it'll give our animators that extra degree of control that we like to give them. So let me just show you how to set up one of those, and then you would go ahead afterwards and set up one for the front, the side, probably two for the back, and one for this side and the front on this side. So I'll walk through just setting up one of them right now. Okay, so looking at our skirt, let's just make one of those bone chains for the front right here. So let's just isolate this and go to our front view and go to skeleton, create joints. And so we're just going to place them, I'll do this, place them kind of evenly spaced along here. We don't want too many bones, so I'll just do, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's good. Put it right about there. And let's move these around a bit. And if I were to like really be doing this outside of a demo, I'd be spending some more time on figuring out the exact joint placement I want. But this is just for a demo, so that's okay. So we'll go to modify, freeze transforms, and then make sure these are all oriented properly. Bring joints. I know I'm orienting joints and freezing joints a lot in this, but it's really important to do that and make sure this last one is oriented properly. Okay, and then we'll go to our right view and make sure these are put up here, just like that. All right, and then we're going to do the same thing to get our curve that we did before for the spine. We're just going to make an IK spline, go under skeleton, create IK spline handle, and make sure all your options are turned off and except auto create curve, and twist type doesn't matter. That's irrelevant to what we're doing right now. So we just select the top and then shift select the bottom, and then we'll just delete this IK handle because we don't need it. And then we'll add our selected here. And now you can see we have our new curve in here. And then let's just delete the history on this. And we'll move it over just a bit. Let me modify center pivot just so I can see it a little better. We'll move it over there. We'll duplicate it and move it over there, just about so our bone chain's like about in the middle. And then we'll select both of them and go up to modeling, surfaces, loft. And then it creates edges on our new lofted surface where each bone is. I'm going to center this pivot and move it over a little bit again. So now what we can do is, first of all, just delete these curves because we don't need them anymore. Now what we can do is skin this curve to our bind skeleton. So we'll just select our bind skeleton and then select our curve and just go back to rigging and skin, bind skin. And now what this will do is follow our skin cluster, our deformed bone. And let's see if maybe sometimes copying the weights works, sometimes it doesn't. So let's see, skin, copy skin weights from our legs to our new lofted surface. Yeah, see, it doesn't really work properly when we copy it from geo to NURB surface. So let's try, we can try playing around with some of these options to see if they give us any better results. They probably won't, yeah. So we're gonna have to manually paint our weights on that. But that's still a lot easier than trying to manually paint weights on the whole skirt itself. So what we're gonna do is grab our bones because those are all on the curve, and then grab our curve. Oh, sorry, we have to grab our ribbon first and then grab all our bones, and then go to constrain UV pin. And remember our options, our pin locations need to be our transforms, our output needs to be locator, and our normal axis needs to be Z, so Z is pointing out, and our tangent axis needs to be Y, so Y is pointing down. And that's to keep our orientations consistent with all the rest of our rig. So we'll hit apply and then check our orientation on our pin outputs we get. Looks like, yeah, our Z's are backwards, but that's fine. We'll just, I think we could just rotate them 180. I think that should be okay. Let's unbind this for now, just so we can see. And then, yeah, we have all of our outputs here. Okay, and then, yeah, so then from there, we would want to select our hierarchy, and then skin, bind skin to our ribbon. And now when we move our legs, our ribbon follows along. And like I said, we would clean up this skinning before we moved on. So it actually follows the leg more one-to-one. And then we would create our joint, or create our controls. Double group that, and then let's say we would snap it here to our second one, second one, Let's make this bigger so we can see it. And then what we would do is, let's say these would be our bind bones. We would just constrain it to that one, parent. And then we would constrain our output pin to our control. And now when we raise this up, our bone and control should follow. Yep, looks like they do. We can select our control here. Yep, it's following, and it is now also driving this bone, and we would skin this bone to our skirt. So we would do probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 chains are along the skirt, and that way when we raise up our legs, we can just give our animators that level of control they need to correct the shapes of the skirt in case it clips or anything. And so that's a good thing to add for our animators in case they want to have that. For our purposes, I'm just going to skin it directly because we're just going to assume that this will be handled by a physics engine in game. That's how I would want to set it up. So we wouldn't technically need those extra layers of control because it would be overridden anyway by our physics cloth dynamic system. So that's just one way to set that up in case you're not using any physics or dynamics in your game. Yeah, and there's a couple different approaches to setting up skirts like that. They can be pretty complex, but this is a pretty straightforward way to do it that gives you like that extra bit of control that's nice. And the same thing with like the necklaces and stuff. It just follows along with the geometry without having to think about it too much. So yeah, I think that's all I wanted to show off in terms of the skirt. And now all we need to do is do our final cleanup on this, and then we can call it ready for production. All right, now everything is set up, and we're just going to do some final little cleanup. So our animators just only need to look at a rig and nothing else. So first of all, we've placed all of our like extra control rigs that drive any of the secondary stuff in this group called rig do not touch that we hide. So we have our arm IK FK rigs with our IK and FK skeletons that we switch between. Under here we have our spine rig with our ribbon spline in there, and our follow joints and driver joints. We have our leg IK and FK bones. We have our knife unsheath rigs for pulling out the knife and sword with our unsheath controls. We have our necklace rig in here with our IK bones under here, and our offset locators, and our shoulder pad rigs as well. So all those live under there, and we call that rig do not touch because we don't want our animators to touch that. And then, so one thing we have to do, two controls we need to add are our world and local controls. So we'll just create one more control, and we'll just call this world offset world SDK and world control. And we just want to make that pretty big because that goes directly underneath our character. So we'll make that, say, around that big. And then we want to make another one and parent that underneath there. And we're going to call this local. So we'll modify search and replace names. World with local. Apply. Okay. And then we're going to shrink the local down so it's lives underneath our world control. All right. And then what we're going to want to do is constrain our root bone to our world control. So we'll select our world and then select our root bone and say constrain parent. All right. And then what we're going to want to do is constrain or parent all of our controls underneath our local control. So we'll open our control group that we made that housed all our controls for our spine controls, our legs, our swords, our bows, etc. And then we'll just grab everything and grab our local group and place it under there. So now we can move our entire character. And you can see our hand IKs are set to world space. So they're going to live in world space without being outside here. So we're going to set these to, let's say, cog space for now. And now they'll follow along. And we would want to add a local control for this, for our spaces. So that was something we would want to clean up is go open our outliner and select our local control and select our SDK and go to constrain parent. And now we have our local control in here. And so we would go ahead and add our space switcher for our local control in there. And we'd do that for both hands, for our prop bones. So yeah, that's what we want to have there, because for games, there are times this root bone here is what's going to drive your character's locomotion. So it's really important to have this, otherwise your character just won't be able to move. So there are times where you will want to be able to animate the root bone, and there are times where you most often do not want to animate it. So those are just different scenarios where you do or do not want to animate your root bone. So that's why we have a world control and a local control. Let's see, what else? All right. And so now that we have all of our, and then we'll place our world control underneath our control group. And now that we have all of our controls set up, everything's skinned, all our spaces are set up, everything looks nice, everything's behaving the way we want, all of our attributes are on here. What we also need to do is select all of our controls. So if we go up here, just click this little arrow and click all objects off, and then click this little curve right here, that'll mask our selection so we can only select curves. So we'll select all our controls, and we want to lock and hide our scales and our visibility, because we just don't want our animators accidentally touching that. That's just like, scaling it is going to make it do this, and you don't want that to happen. So we just want to right click all of those and do lock and hide selected, and then also make sure we're doing that for our IK controls because they were hidden. Yep, and those are, yeah, we'll do on our IK, lock and hide selected, IK, lock and hide selected, lock and hide selected, and lock and hide selected. All right. So after that, what we want to do is, our outliner still is kind of cluttered. Like, we don't want all this stuff in here. So what we'll do is we'll take our control group, our root joint, and our geo, and just group those together. And then we'll just call this group, Naira rig. And then we also don't want to, we don't want our animators to see these assets in here. They're not gonna, we don't want them to touch these. These are just background nodes for us to edit. So to get rid of these in the outliner, we'll just go to display, advanced asset contents, and change this to under parent. And now those are gone. And we can also put the rig do not touch node underneath our Naira rig. And so now all we have is our Naira rig in here. And so all we need to do is that. And we can also add in visibility controls for the geo, the joints, and the control group. I don't always do this, but it's nice to have. So we'll go to our display layer down here and click this little guy and make sure add selected objects is on. And we'll rename this one to Naira Geo. Save. Naira Geo layer. You can't have multiple things named the same thing. So now we can hide her geo if we want. We'll do the same thing for her joints. And we'll call this one Naira joint. layer, and we'll do one more for her controls. Control layer. Okay. And then I believe that should do it for our final cleanup. Oh, one more thing. Almost right. This is pretty important. So, like I said before, we want to make sure we see how many different meshes we have for her. What we want to do is make these all one mesh so that we don't have as many draw calls in our engine because that'll hurt our performance. So we're going to select all our geo and just duplicate it. And we're going to go to modeling, mesh, combine. It might take a while. So now we have our full geo right here. It's all combined. And we'll delete our history on here. Delete by type history. And what we're going to want to do is hide all our separated geo, and then call this Naira geo combined. And then what we want to do is attach this to our skin cluster. So we'll go to select hierarchy from our cog and go to rigging, skin, bind skin. And then we'll select all of our separated geometry. So we'll just select the top layer node and go to select hierarchy, and then select our combine geo and go to skin, copy skin weights. All right. And now our skin weights should be the same. Yep, exactly as they were. And everything should behave exactly the same. Yep, that all looks good. So I forgot to mention before, if you try to set up your follow constraints on, say, your swords and stuff, and they're all one piece of geometry, you're gonna get some bugs and flipping. This doesn't work. Setting up like these, attaching it to the geometry with those UV pin constraints and stuff, it just won't work if it's all one piece of geometry because you're gonna be deforming the verts and trying to move the control at the same time. It's going to be trying to move them like it's like having constraints on two objects back and forth. It's just going to not know how to handle that. So in order to set stuff like this up, the geo does need to be separated. And that's another reason it's really nice to have all your geo separated from the beginning. Yeah, these are just our old nodes, and that's hidden. And let's actually empty this layer. Empty layer, and we want this geo to be in this layer. Okay, and then we'll put this up into our Naira geo, or we'll put it into just right there, and we'll call this one Naira geo old. All right, and so that's all we need to do there. And now our rig is finished. It's production ready. If you want, you can change the colors on these. Just switch this to yellow. Oops. Let's switch it to yellow on here. Okay, so we'll just switch those to yellow, just keep it a little more clean. And I think that does it for this rig. Everything is covered really. So there's a lot I wish we could have gone over, but we just didn't have the time to. Like, I wish we could have covered rigging the face. I wish we could have covered rigging more of the dynamic stuff like her skirt. I really wish we could have gotten into actually exporting this into the game and setting up animation blueprints and setting up our physical animations like our dynamic skirt and stuff. But I hope I was able to cover everything in a way that made sense. I hope this gives you a good foundation and understanding to start creating your own character rigs for an actual production, and understanding what the needs of a character rig for your animators are. So just thanks for watching. And hopefully I'll be able to make a part 2 and cover all those extra things I wanted to cover. Like I said, like animation blueprints, writing tools, even face rigging, physics animation. That'd be really nice to cover. So hopefully I can do that. And thanks for watching.